Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the coffee. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me like a lassie. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome in, Walter. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good morning. It appears people are making their way into the courtroom this morning. There goes the prosecutor. So maybe we're a go for today, guys. I hope so. We'll give everybody a chance to get going and get in here. Good morning, Butterfly. Thank you for joining. You guys can hear me okay? We're doing good? Sound check, all that good stuff? Let me pull up the chat on my phone. For some reason, it's so slow on my restream. Goodness. Okay. Yeah, if you guys let me know in chat, Butterfly, if you can hear me. Great. Sounds good. Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you so much.
Let me pull up the chat on my phone.
Phone's open. Volume's open in the background. I heard myself talking. Nope. Get away. Okay. So like I said, they are making their way into the courtroom, and it doesn't say we're canceled yet, so hopefully we'll get a day in. Found out a little bit of information about yesterday. So during the day off, apparently it was Karen Reed that wasn't feeling good because they had a hearing that was held yesterday morning. Jurors weren't present, of course. There was one reporter in the courtroom who made his way in, and he reported it. And we'll look at that. But there was a Zoom hearing. It was an in-person hearing with the prosecutor, but the defense team joined via Zoom. So that kind of led us to believe it was about Karen Reed not feeling good. But anyway, they had a little hearing about scheduling, so it wasn't anything spectacular. But there was also a new filing, I think, on the 12th by the prosecution, and we'll take a look at that as well. They're wanting to bring in the Aruba trip stuff. They say Karen opened the door with that, or the defense opened the door with it. They want to bring it in to show just how bad that relationship really was, you know. Okay. You better show me where she says, I want him dead. You can have a bad relationship all day long and twice on Sunday, like the judge over there in Idaho says, but does that mean you're ready to off them? No. Crazy stuff. Guys, we got a lot. We're busy. We got a Lori Vallow hearing today at 11:30. It's a pretrial hearing for her upcoming conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux. That's happening today, I believe, at 11:30. I'll watch it later. Tomorrow we have the Koberger hearing. Now, I know a lot of you have been here with me every day for Karen Reed, and I really, really, really appreciate it. But I think what I'm going to do tomorrow is I'm going to run the Koberger hearing because I watch all of his hearings, and I don't want to miss that one. So I'm going to air that one. But what I'll do is I'll just use Long Crime Speed to keep that day into our playlist. That way you guys, because you know you can go view it wherever you need to go view it if you don't want to miss it. But I will have it in the playlist, you know, to keep our list in order. So we can go back anytime and check it out. Good morning, Vixie Blaze. Welcome in. Appreciate all you guys joining in and hanging out with us and watching the trial. Y'all hit the like button on your way in. I'd appreciate it. That's all I ask. You won't hear me asking for much more over here. But I guess I just really appreciate you guys coming in and being a part of the conversation. Always makes it fun to see everybody's thoughts, you know. Um, so I listened to a couple of shows last night. Um, I think it was I was looking at Boston 10 NBC last night. They always have good evening updates. And there was another place I looked at. So apparently today, they kind of expected it yesterday that John O'Keefe's children would be called to the stand. So if that happens today, from what the reporter was saying on Twitter and the report I saw last night on YouTube, that they won't have any electronics in the courtroom during their testimony, like they can't bring in their devices, the media, and all that. They just write down their notes. So I don't know if they're going to put the kids on camera. I don't know what they did last time with them. I didn't pay attention to that part. I kind of wish they wouldn't bring the kids on the stand because I really don't need to hear these kids come in and tell me how bad this relationship was because I already know. I feel like they're putting the kids through a lot of undue, unnecessary stress to go fight the battle for the adults. Like, don't put those kids on the stand to talk about how awful their relationship was because, for one thing, it's been a couple of years and I don't know what they've been told in the meantime. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of sketchy with children. I just don't like seeing kids have to testify if it can be avoided. It is 7:47 a.m. here. Now tomorrow the Koberger hearing will air 9 a.m. Boise time. That is 10 a.m. for me on the central time zone. That will be 11 for you Eastern time zone. I couldn't tell you what everybody else's time is because I have to get out my little thing and look. But yeah, so it should be running about 10 o'clock in the morning here. And then I'll get everything in the playlist squared away, like I said. I might come back up here tonight and air that Lori Vallow hearing. Maybe. Depends on how, because I'm kind of getting sick of Lori Vallow, but I kind of want to see this last case through so we can just have her go sit down in the corner somewhere in the prison and just be quiet for a while. So I'll watch it later, and if it's worth bringing, I'll bring it. Because I don't even know if I'll be able to air Brandon's trial or not. It depends on this trial. I will not interrupt this one for that one. You know what I mean? I won't do that. Yeah, one or two for you. Okay. Okay. Where you at, girl? What time zone you in? Floating around in out there. We're all in all these different time zones, right? It's like keeping up with everything. It's crazy. We got Miss Dolphin taking off tomorrow. Our little channel co-host from time to time. She's taking off tomorrow for her birthday trip to Greece. So of course we want to wish her a good, exciting trip. I do watch Colby Vixie from time to time. I don't watch him a ton, but I do go check in on him. You know what I mean? You're in England? Oh, welcome in from across the pond. Awesome. So I do watch Colby from time to time. I just don't watch him all the time. I go check in on Colby because I have a soft place in my heart for Colby. So I do check in on him. But I haven't watched him in the past week or so. Yeah, Colby's awesome. He's had quite the journey, hasn't he? And he's prevailed and he's kind of put his heart out there, and let us all in. And it's really helped his healing process, I think. I think a lot of people could take a lesson from Colby. They really could. There's no right or wrong way to do things, obviously, and he didn't know what to do in the beginning. But man, he's really pushed forward. And okay, Karen Reed and her team are making their way into the courtroom, guys. So it looks like we will have a go. I'll share the screen. You guys can see what I'm seeing. Okay, let me make that bigger and get me out of the way because there's no need for all that. Okay. I just put me a little tiny in the box. There we go. Maybe they'll get started on time today. Yeah, I aired Lori's trial for Charles, and fortunately it ended 1 or 2 days before Karen's, so it was really pushing it because I wanted to cover both, but I wasn't gonna not follow Lori through. I would have had to start this trial a day or two late if that was necessary, but it worked out. I did have to interrupt one day of the Lori playlist because I covered a Koberger hearing, but we snuck it into the playlist the next morning. We got that out of the way, so that's all good to go. Tell y'all, sometimes it's when I'm covering all these different cases, it's like juggling them, their scheduling, but that's what I'm here for. He has grown so much, Butterfly. You really see it, right, over the time with him. And I think that's why a lot of us have that spot in our heart for Colby, especially the moms out there who, I'm not throwing shade at people who aren't mothers. That comes out sounding wrong every time. But I think that people can really identify with him, and you see your own kids there, and you think about the hurt they would have if things like this were happening. Jesse, why'd you sneak your face in there? All right, let me pull up the feed again so I can keep my eye on it. I want to look at that document. Let me pull up that document real quick while we got a minute or two. I'm still got my eye on the case over here on the side. First of all, let's take a look at what this guy said on Twitter. Okay, this is an account, Jonathan Hall. He's with the news media there. This was yesterday. And it was yesterday there was a Canoni held a Zoom hearing with the attorneys for Karen Reed. Prosecutors were in the courtroom. The attorneys Giannetti and Jackson were appearing remotely. The judge wanted it at sidebar, and he was the only reporter in the courtroom. The judge decided to close the courtroom, and I was asked to leave, probably due to issues with the Reed defense team hearing what was said at sidebar. I didn't see that part yesterday. Hearing has been going on for 10 minutes. Jackson has originally appeared off camera because he's dressed in a hoodie. Oh, Lord. Judge said she didn't care, and he turned his laptop camera on. Well, judge's like, I don't care what you're wearing. Turn your camera on. Due to HIPAA, they can't say who was sick. So, yeah, they had a little Zoom hearing about the scheduling order. I'm assuming for witnesses. You know what I mean? Y'all looking at my thing? Okay. This is the latest document that was filed. It's hard for me to read it like this, but maybe I can go here. Let me pull up the feed on the side so I can keep an eye on it real quick. I hit the wrong button. I hit the Lori Vallow. Okay, we got the OnlyFans spinning. So the Commonwealth moves to admit testimony through recipient witnesses who observed the defendant and the victim's volatile and hostile relationship as it existed at the time of the victim's death. 4 weeks prior to the murder, the defendant became enraged at the victim for speaking to a female friend who was on their group vacation in Aruba and accused the victim of having an affair. This incident was observed by numerous individuals who will testify to their personal observations of the incident as well as to statements of the defendant in the immediate aftermath. Evidence of a defendant's prior bad acts may be, they're calling that a prior bad act, an argument in Aruba over a jealousy situation. Wow, y'all better not be showing your jealousy out there. Don't do it. It'll get you thrown in the jail. May be admissible to prove opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, pattern of operation, and common scheme. Plan? What plan? Wow, they're reaching, guys. I've never heard of such. The determination to admit such evidence based on timelines, place, character, or probative value is one for the trial judge to make. So, yeah, it's on Canoni there to decide. Okay, so then page 2 says evidence of the Aruba incident was proffered by the defendant through a series of text messages between the defendant and Higgins, thus opening the door for the Commonwealth to rebut the defendant's misleading and inaccurate claims about what had occurred weeks prior in Aruba. The incident in Aruba seems to also be the turning point in the relationship, as the defendant told Brian Higgins that her relationship with the victim was a very fucked up situation, and she had observed the victim all over a friend's sister in the lobby of our hotel and accused the victim of having hooked up with another girl while in Aruba. In the January 29, 2022 voicemails previously entered into evidence, the defense screams at the victim for apparently fucking another girl and repeatedly refers to the victim as a pervert. And did she say, I wished you were dead? No, I didn't hear that. There has also been evidence that prior to arriving at 34, Fairview Road, there was reference to a woman the victim used to date. The reference was Jen saying, "Over there by Bella's mama's house." Mister, I heard that testimony in court with my own ears. The defendant proffered the entirety of the text messages between herself and Brian Higgins, including the defendant's admission about her feelings towards the victim and the nature of their relationship. The evidence proffered by the defendant also demonstrated a continuous animosity in the weeks and days prior to the victim's death. The jury should be permitted to hear the witnesses of the Aruba incident. Wow, that Aruba incident was huge, wasn't it? It caused her to commit murder. Who will rebut the characterizations made by the defendant to Higgins? Such testimony, so they're going to say that the stuff she told Higgins is not what she told we heard. Okay. Such testimony would be, isn't that hearsay at that point? I'm getting sidetracked, sorry. My brain's just like trying to process what I'm reading. Such testimony would be offered through Laura Sullivan, Mary, the girls he was hanging all over, or one of them and her sister. So we got Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, Erin O'Keefe, and that John's sister, and Juvenile KF, John's niece. Y'all gonna march all them in there to tell me how bad that relationship was? I'm not so sure I can listen. Evidence of a hostile relationship that needs to explain the purpose of a crime is relevant. God, Lordy. In a domestic violence homicide, evidence such as prior disputes are relevant to show the volatile nature of the relationship between the defendant and the victim in the weeks and months preceding the murder. Y'all, I still can't believe they got to murder. I mean, I just can't believe it. Between the defendant and the victim in the weeks and the months preceding the murder, to explain the defendant's intent and state of mind toward the victim. Wow, evidence of domestic, calling it domestic, was she ever arrested for domestic violence? Evidence of domestic dispute, I should say, at defendant's apartment before the killing, including physical contact, was relevant to show volatile nature. Who's going to testify to physical contact? The John's niece? Did his sister ever witness it? Or did the Sullivan sisters ever witness that? Who else would have witnessed violent contact? Physical contact, rather. For assault, evidence of defendant's prior arrest for assault and battery of the victim. Karen's been arrested before for assault and battery on the victim. Defendant and victim's remaining orders against each other, impending divorce proceedings. What? I'm confused. What did I miss, y'all? Who's getting divorced? Because it wasn't John and Karen. I need to go back and reread this thing. Wow. Okay. Evidence of domestic dispute in defendant's apartment before killing, including physical contact, was relevant to show volatile nature of defendant's relationship with the victim and defendant's intent. Commonwealth versus, that's a different case. Okay, evidence of defendant's prior arrest, because they're not talking about Karen, they're talking about a different case. So, okay, we don't even need to read that. Allowing provision domestic violence incident by defendant against victim to be admitted in prosecution for subsequent domestic violence to show nature of the relationship between the two and to show intent, motive, and absence of mistake or accident. Well, they are just really reaching with this. Evidence of domestic violence committed by defendant against his girlfriend. That's another case they're citing. Okay, y'all can't, we get it. I know what kind of evidence you're trying to introduce here, but I don't know if she'll allow it. I don't know why she would. But it came into the first trial, right? Their incident in Aruba. I didn't watch first trial, so from what I hear, it did. Evidence of the defendant's prior conduct is permissible and highly probative to show the defendant's state of mind, to show the defendant's motive, to show the defendant's common pattern of behavior toward the victim. What about his common pattern of behavior toward... Hey! Sorry, guys, my cat and my dog just decided to square off for no reason. They've been doing this for 2 days. They're like children who need to calm down. I'm going to separate them two today. I'm not dealing with it. Sometimes they're friends and sometimes they're not. Kind of like men and women. So they want to bring in this bad prior evidence to show her to demonstrate her hostile relationship between the defendant and the victim, because this hostility is relevant to the defendant's motive to harm or kill the victim. I didn't see her acting like she was ready to kill this guy in the bar at the waterfall, like literally minutes before she allegedly killed him. I didn't even see a display of animosity. I saw two people engaging in a toxic relationship, and that was about it. The Commonwealth is entitled to present a full picture as possible of the events surrounding the incident. And they cite another case where the defendant has opened the door. Okay, yeah, I get it. Y'all opened the door. The door was open. Repeated hostile accusations that the victim was having an affair and that there was an established pattern of hostility. Wow, that's a crazy filing if I ever heard one, guys. I don't know what will come of that. We'll have to wait and see what the judge decides. Do y'all think they're going to let that stuff in there? Will it matter? Do you think it will have a big impact on the jury to find out they had a huge falling out down there in Aruba over some jealousy situation with a girl? Is that enough to say she's out to kill him? That is crazy. All right, we still have the OnlyFans action happening. She was probably messaging Higgy. Yeah. Yeah. They're going to show intent. That's what it was talking about. Her intent, her planning, and all this. I'm like, what the heck? Where did y'all get all that from? I'm telling you, not one of those texts that I was tortured to listen to between her and, well, I didn't mind listening to the texts because I wanted to hear them, right? Because it didn't make me feel like Karen was the bad guy. I thought her and Higgins both was doing some little flirtatious whatever. But there was nothing in those text messages like, I'm better off if he's dead. I wished he was dead. I'd like to kill. None of that was there. And you need that to get there, in my opinion. If I'm on the jury, I'm kind of like, I need to know more. Because I think that could have sounded like my house last night. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. She's going to look. I'm still gauging Bev as a pretty fair judge because I've seen so many judges over the years, and I've seen some horrible judges. And that's why I was trying to gauge in the beginning of this case, why do people appear to not care for her? Was it because she didn't rule within the law? Was she denying motions without hearings like I've seen in other cases? What was actually going on here? From what I've seen so far, she's been sketchy with a couple of the witnesses, like letting them ramble on about dumb stuff without stopping them. But she's kind of seemed to be ruling fair across both ways. I'm still gauging her. You know what I mean? She hadn't done anything too sideways with me yet. Not for me to come at her. I don't know. But she has to rule within the law. And if she doesn't, it can come back to bite her in the butt on appeal, right? I don't think Indiana judges care about all that. They're just like, we're going to do what we want. If there's a fallout, there's a fallout. If not, there's not. But yeah, this case is too huge, and you don't want it to come back on appeal because you as a judge made a mistake with the law, right? So there's laws about admissibility of the type of evidence they're trying to introduce with the Aruba incident. A lot of that's going to be hearsay. So I don't know how the judge, I hope she doesn't allow it in, honestly, because it is hearsay. Hearing a second hand, third account hand, of what happened. And how can I trust these? Bring me one of her friends in there to tell me what she heard, not just the opposite side. Because we know, people I'm not accusing people of being untruthful, but they can exaggerate, they can embellish to whatever, I don't know. Exactly. They're doing damage control. And they're trying to introduce anything they can to make Karen Reed look bad, but it still don't show me anything but a couple of adults engaging in what adults do. That's about it. That's all it's shown me. I just wonder what the jurors, because I know some people took those messages a whole different way than I did. So that tells you the juries, they may do the same thing. because you got a lot of them sitting there, and there's a reason you got so many jurors, because you don't want one or two. What if the two disagree, right? You got to have multiples. So how many of those felt those messages were damaging to Karen, and how many thought, what's up with this, why are we hearing it? Because it made Higgins look like he could possibly be a jealous guy in the end, especially once he's texting her at the waterfall, hey, what about me? And she's like, no, I'm ignoring you. Did he get a little butt hurt and have an attitude about it? We still have the OnlyFans action going. Okay. Maybe they're just getting everybody settled in, and hopefully they'll get underway here in a few minutes. You're landing on the. That explains, Butterfly, why that guy looked so down the other day. I think he knew by the end of the day everything he was saying on that witness stand was the reason he got put on that Brady list. And it clearly states that in what we read yesterday. All to do with his testimony and how he lied. Yuri was looking a little defeated. Okay, got my banners up there. That Brady list, man. And then the stuff we saw yesterday when they had the day off from court, when I had the technical difficulty and my videos kept playing because I couldn't control my stuff because my mouse died. But we watched corruption videos. I'm just like, what do I lost my words for a moment. We watched a few videos about, police corruption, because it does exist. And we took a little dive down into the Massachusetts State Police and all their problems they've had over the few years. Can we bring that into court, sir? Other than what we've already done, to show. Can we talk about some of that? Is that admissible? About their CDL scandal, the overtime scandal, 2 cadets at the Massachusetts State Police dying, one in '88, one just a while back, a year ago. Actually, I think it was 7 months ago. I saw someone put up a Twitter post up about it yesterday. Or last night after we covered it, I was like, oh, look, someone's talking about it on Twitter. Good morning, Sajoy. Welcome in. Great to see you guys coming in and hanging out. Just a reminder for those of you who are joining, tomorrow I will be covering the Koberger hearing, but I will slip day 16 because today's 15. We missed today. So tomorrow, day 16, I'll just use Law and Crimes feed and put it into the playlist, so it won't be affected. And if you guys choose to go tune in to the Reed trial tomorrow and then catch the Koberger thing later on a replay, however you guys want to do it's fine with me. You're invested in this, and I expect you to do you, booze. You will not hurt my feelings. But if you want to come join us, we're more than welcome if you're following that case. Okay, so Joy, talking about the Aruba incident stuff, or what? In the first trial, it was a big nothing burger, a misunderstanding that she later apologized for. Apologized for what, hun? Something to do with that trip? I wasn't paying attention to chat while I was talking, so I don't know what you commented on exactly. I love having people in here that did see the first trials. They can catch us up on what we don't know, or what I don't know anyway. Yeah, well, I robbed my son's batteries, and I told him about it last night when I remembered. He's like, you did what? I was like, I couldn't find a battery, guy. I was like, I'm running around the house searching for batteries. The dang TV remotes all had AAAs in them. It was horrible, but I found some. I need to order the wireless one, or the rechargeable one. And I had that wired one, but the button kept messing up. That's why I went and jacked up my son's wireless one. I mean, I literally went in his room and took it out of his laptop, and he's never took it back from me. So yeah, I need to order one in case he wants his back. We should be good to go, Butterfly. You know what happened though? I ignored that little flashing red light for a couple of days. It was telling me battery was low, and I kept forgetting. And yeah, then it just died on me. That was not cool. I couldn't control anything. Yeah, the Aruba trip. Okay, thank you, Sejoy. I thought that it was brought up in the first trial, but we just read a court filing that was filed the 12th by the prosecution. They're wanting to bring in the Sullivan sisters, O'Keefe's sister, and his niece to testify about Karen's behavior during that trip, to show how horrible she was and how she hated this man. So we'll see what the judge rules on that. They weren't going to bring it in apparently, but they're claiming the defense opened the door to the trip because that was read in the messages exchanged between Karen and Higgins. Guys, I'm not feeling 100% today, so when I mute out in a little while, if I don't talk a ton, y'all probably will be okay with that. But yeah, my stomach's not feeling 100%. I haven't even had coffee this morning. Like, I don't even want it. And that's not me. I'm like giving my coffee like a big old pot of coffee. But this morning, I'm just like not even feeling it. I haven't felt good in a couple days. Last night, I took a good nap yesterday afternoon. Then I went and joined Publicly Buzz. Thank you guys for coming in over there last night. That was, it's hard to say fun when you're talking about true crime, but it was a good time watching the Dateline episode on Kick with Publicly Buzz and everybody at the same time, and everybody weighing in with their opinions and thoughts on it. It was different, and I enjoyed being over there last night. So I appreciate him for inviting me. If you guys didn't join that, only way he was able to air the Dateline episodes, he goes over on Kick, the Kick app, and does it like he does Feral Fridays with his movies. Yeah. So Miss Lori Vallow is representing herself again over there in the Brandon Boudreaux case. So um, I think that hearing's at 11:30. I don't even know if Joe's covering that today or not. I haven't spoke with him. It's always better watching with others. Yeah, it was very different, wasn't it, Butterfly? It's cool that we can get away with watching that stuff over on Kick. I was like, maybe should I start a Kick thing? I don't know. I don't know if I want to dive into that. I don't know. I wish we could watch some of that stuff here on YouTube without getting in trouble. There was one of those videos that rolled through yesterday when the mouse was stuck. As I meant to silence out any music, and I couldn't because it was just rolling without me being able to control it. Well, yeah, I got a notification. There was a piece of music and one of those, like, less than a minute of music in the background, and I have to go in and I have to erase it or delete it, and then they'll put everything back to normal on my YouTube. I have ginger ale, I have Sprite, and I have my nausea medications. I have prescription nausea meds because I do have the autoimmune, and yeah, when you're in a flare up, your tummy doesn't like to feel good, so I'm a lifelong pill taker. Ginger ale is my go-to. It has been for years. Nausea is no joke. Absolutely hate it. It's like my biggest enemy. I drink Sprite if I'm out of ginger ale, but right now I have both, so I'm good to go. That ginger ale saved my life so many times. Yeah, I'll be okay. I can take a nap after we're done today. That's the beauty of being me with no little children and no man and no, everything's good. I can just lay down when I want to. I'm loving it. I wonder what they're doing in the courtroom. Why is this taking so long? It's like 8:15. Yeah, I don't get the acid reflux much. Thank goodness. My son has to deal with that. It's just time for me to go back to the doctor and get thyroid levels checked. I have to adjust my meds. That's par for the course. It's all a maintenance game at some point. Once you're diagnosed with stuff, then it's just like, what do I do now to maintain this? Another thing with Karen Reed not feeling good yesterday and having the MS and the Crohn's, they say most doctors will tell you the autoimmune disease shows itself once you go through a stressor in life, that's when it can manifest and show itself. And but there was never anything back in my past or my mom's that would have been like a stressor to cause it, right? But when you do get under stress, it really affects your body. So I can totally see why Karen may have needed the day off. If she's, I mean, that's a heavy. Think about it. You're sitting in court on trial number 2, and you're being accused of things, and knowing your life is riding on it, right? That's a lot of stress. Regardless of how strong you want to think your case is, it's stressful. But then again, we don't know for sure that it was Karen. It could have been someone in her family. I feel like it had to be her for court to be canceled. Her mom or dad could have stayed home in bed and watched it from home if necessary, but Karen needed to be there. So, okay, we have movement. Oh, I got the sound off.
All right,
Bessie
so
to
Mr.
come in
Clerk,
and
you
scare
said
me.
counsel wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Lord, counsel, y'all get on my nerves a little bit with your sidebars. Y'all had a meeting yesterday morning. We couldn't have, maybe Karen thought of something last night. She's like, oh no, they ain't bringing that Aruba stuff in. I don't want to see them Sullivan sisters up here. I'm just, yeah, they opened with a sidebar. Somebody over in Law and Crimes chat just noticed that Karen Reed and John's mom are wearing the same color. Like, y'all just leave that old lady alone. I don't have. She's just a mom who lost 2 kids. I'm not judging that poor lady sitting there. I know nothing about her. I'm leaving her alone. Papa O'Keefe, is that who that was? He's not always there, is he? Every day like mom. And Karen's mom and dad are there as usual. Wonder if they're talking about bringing the kids on the stand or something. I don't know. These kids are still minors at this point, aren't they? They weren't very old when all this happened, so I believe they're still underage. Yeah, he rehomed. That's awesome. That's epic, Vixie. He got rehomed. Oh, goodness. That's the best line I've seen since this trial started. And I've seen some good ones. Thank you for that. Give me a good laugh. They change his name too. Damn poor dog. No wonder it's a confused dog. It don't even know its name. Am I really Chloe or am I Cora? Are these really my teeth? 17 and 14, you think? That sounds about right, don't it? From what I was gauging, from what I, because I really didn't know their ages when this all first happened, but I'm learning as I go. But really, the only thing the kids can come and testify to is the nature of the relationship as they saw it, right? But have they been influenced over time? That's what I'm worried about. Kids are easily influenced. You know what I mean? And it worries me. Let's put it that way. And the defense can't come in hot after some kids. It won't look good through the jury's eyes. Attacking those kids in any way will not be looked at nicely. It's just a fact. So they're going to come in and handle them, I think, with kid gloves. Did it? We don't even know if that's really Chloe. There's no record. That's what this one guy was like. I was watching. He was going off about that. Oh, I have a video too. We can watch at lunch. It was off of Duty Ron. Interesting taillight experiment. I was like, oh, goodness gracious, because that guy's going in hard, and I'm here for it. So I saved that for us to watch at lunchtime. He's going to go do a little demonstration for us. Oh, okay. So what you're saying, okay, that code goes back to Sejoy's statement. So they did go a little hard at the kids, but apologize. Is that what y'all are saying? Somebody apologized. I mean, you got to question them, you got to cross examine them, but how far or how hard do you push it? You can push it hard without coming across as a total jackass, right? And they don't want to look that way in the jurors' eyes. They want to be perceived very well by the jurors. They want to make the prosecutor look like the ass. That's their end game. Oh, I got you, Big C. Thank you. I try to follow y'all's conversations, so I have to ask sometimes. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just like, clarification's awesome. Thank you. Apologize for them being there. Yeah, I mean, kids have to overcome a lot. These kids already lost both parents, then their uncle, and now all this, and being influenced by grandma and the family, You go get that coffee, girl. I feel like, maybe I'll feel like having some here in a little while. That's when I can tell I don't feel great, because I don't even have a desire for my morning coffee. Then I'm mad at myself because I want my morning coffee. Yeah, a couple times he has. Especially when got your, and it still sucks because the jury doesn't know Yuri landed himself on the Brady list with that mess. Hopefully they were smart enough to pick up on what was being dropped while he was testifying, his demeanor, and then how someone pointed out, which we've noticed it ourselves, but it was also pointed out by somebody else, how it felt like when the prosecution was up, he was all like, Mr. I remember everything. Yes, sir. The defense gets up there and he's like, oh, I don't know. I don't remember because you refreshed my memory. Because all that you said got you on the Brady list, sir. We don't trust you at all. Get that cold. I've got some cold brew. I could go make a cup of cold coffee. That might work. I did have a Coke this morning to get my caffeine because I can't function without the caffeine. This is not going to happen. I would get a headache and all kinds of stuff would start happening. Yeah. My body is like addicted to caffeine. It's my only addiction. And I admit it. It wouldn't know how to act without caffeine being pumped in it 24/7. That's bad. Don't do as I do, guys, unless you're already doing it. I'm not here to tell grown-ups how to act. But yeah, got to have that caffeine. I can drink coffee at night and still go right to bed. It doesn't bother me. Sometimes I'll just crave a really good cup of coffee in the evenings, go sit outside and watch the sunset, have a couple of cups of coffee. I am good. Golden. Yes, you're right. You're right. You know what I've tried lately too is what is it? The Folgers Black Silk. It's not acidic like that. And I was really surprised. It tastes good. It's smooth, and yeah, it was way better on my stomach. So I've been buying that lately when I make it in my hot coffee in my pot. Sometimes I'll buy the cold mocha already, in the cartons and stick it in the fridge and have me some of that or some Starbucks or something. Butterfly, that's why we roll together, girl. Y'all, I cannot say enough about my mod. Okay, she keeps me in check. She sends me stuff that I miss. She helps me follow up on stuff. Butterfly, you are invaluable over here.
All rise for the court, please.
All rise, hear ye, hear ye. Get on with it. It's just fan business. Is the fan on trial? Okay, maybe they're just letting the jury come on in. I better get my note paper ready so I can take my notes. Y'all, there's been a lot more body cam dropped over there in the Kentucky case where the Sheriff Stein shot the judge. I've got all that saved. We haven't had time to look at it yet. If you've been around the channel a while, I've followed the Mickey Stein stuff. Not a lot of court filings you can see, but I have watched a couple of hearings that were held and got all the new body cam that's been issued. And man, it's wild. We got to talk about it. Like I do. I want to have a conversation about some of that stuff. So, thinking about maybe Sunday, because so we have learned that the Crystal Rogers case I was telling you guys about, is in Kentucky, and the defendant does not want cameras in the courtroom, and the judge has apparently ruled to not allow cameras in the courtroom, which I do not like. I think it sucks because I really wanted to watch that guy's trial. But I still want to present her story to you guys. I think that's what I saw, Butterfly. Let me double check something here, because I actually didn't read it. I just know that it came down. Let's see. Wait, wasn't that something you sent me, Butterfly? Was it yesterday? Or maybe I saw that wrong. Hold on. Oh, yeah, it was the docket. Okay. Order pertaining to media, court security, and courtroom decorum. The order pertaining to media, court security, and courtroom decorum shall be effective throughout the defendant's jury trial at the Warren County Justice Center. At the onset, this court notes that the First Amendment of the United States guarantees freedom of the press. Blah, blah, blah. Just tell me what you decided. Let me get on to the end here, because I'm not reading all that. Maybe they are going to have cameras. That no one in the courtroom gallery shall make any outbursts. Well, that's normal. During the trial recess, news media shall be allowed to report what was occurred as long as any reporting is conducted outside of the courtroom. Yeah, there's no media. There will be no place designated as a media room. Wow, not even a media room? Anyway, thank you, Butterfly. Yeah, I'll still get that show together because I still want to present it, but it's going to be a long one. Yeah, we got the only fan. They ready to go to court and then they stopped. I don't know what's taking them so long. Unless it's taking a minute to filter that jury in. How many of you have seen the video, not body cam, but the video from the court or judge's chambers over there in Kentucky when Mickey Stein shot him? Have you guys seen that? Because I have that. It's on the YouTube channel here, but I also have all the newest body cams. So anybody following that, we'll probably do a show on Sunday around that. Or put it into the show that morning, and then we'll maybe go ahead and start our Crystal Rogers. Yeah, they got Butterfly. Did you watch any of those updates last night that we were talking about? Oh my God, guys! So I'm curious. I've always been curious. I cannot help myself. So I went and I checked out some of the recaps on the Diddy stuff. Oh my goodness! Apparently, those videos being shown in court, the judge is aware that those are now public documents. The jury will be shown the video as it's recorded, but they need to come up with a way to blur and redact things to release that to the public. I'm like, I'm not so sure I want to see P. Diddy getting down in the porn. I heard the description of what he was doing in the corner while watching things go down, and I'm like, no creepy guy in the corner. I don't think so. I'm not so sure I want to see that. Yeah, so there's been like the entire footage of Mickey Stein's incident leading up to the shooting of the judge. How he comes in and wants everybody to leave the room that was in there talking to the judge. And then there was a whole drop last night, I believe it was, or yesterday sometime, of the body cam of him while he was being arrested. And you can see his state of mind. It's really odd. Yes, Cassie was on yesterday. I did not know she was 8.5 months pregnant, guys. Apparently her third baby, and she's married. So she did testify yesterday. They're saying that there's not very many witnesses like her. I think there was 3, and they can't even find one of them. So that leaves 2. How do you not find a witness? They couldn't even find her attorney. I was like, what? They just disappeared off the face of the earth? Where'd they go? They go to Aruba? What happened here? Yeah, Surviving the Survivor. I put the link in on the YouTube channel yesterday because he was there and he was given a really great recap of what went on in the courtroom and after court. And he was supposed to go live on his show last night to cover more of it, but I was over at Publicly Buzz, so I missed that show. I'll probably go back and watch it tonight, listen to it tonight when I'm lying in the bed until I get freaked out by what I'm hearing. I'm like, ooh. Yeah, it's got to be. They're trying to get from what they were saying on the Surviving the Survivor too, that part of the defense strategy getting her on in there is because she is 8.5 months pregnant, right? You don't want to put her off and have her come testify last. What if she goes into labor? Then you don't have your star witness. It's crazy some of the descriptions coming out of that case, and it just got started. Old P. Diddy up there, throwing the heart hands to his family and stuff. I'm like, oh, I can't with that guy, y'all. I can barely even look at him. I've never cared for that guy. I've always known there was something shady about old P. Diddy. The minute you got caught in that club with the gun with the J-Lo, we knew something was up right then, buddy. Some of us are real street smart. I don't know how long that trial's supposed to last, Butterfly. I really don't know how long it's supposed to last. The defense is saying that, sorry, I had to yawn. The government's got no business in P. Diddy's bedroom, what them adults were doing in there and in their unorthodox relationships. Okay. She's expected to be for a week. Yeah, I heard that, Vixie, that they plan to keep her up there for a minute, right? Now, something about her husband being there for moral support, but he was kept out of the courtroom because they say the defense may call him. That apparently at one point he got in an altercation with P. Diddy and threatened him or something. I'd have to go back and review what I saw last night. And I thought, well, was the defense going to call him for if he threatened P. Diddy? That don't make any sense to me, but whatever. His kids walked out the day before. Who? P. Diddy's? Did y'all see his mama coming into court yesterday all dressed to the nines, looking like she was going to a dance or some kind of, I don't know, old lady's bingo day or something? Just dressed to the nines. I'm like, you go, old lady. Yeah, got J-Lo'd. Well, it's a RICO case. It's confusing, true crime. They don't know what they're doing. I'll just be honest. From my recap last night, they're trying to get him on RICO charges, but at the same time, we're going to also charge him with this. It's confusing. So I'm just catching the recaps. All right, we got noise in the courtroom. Oh, okay. I see you. They walked out during witness testimony. Oh, did it hurt their hearts to hear what Daddy was really up to? Was it hard? It'd be hard if I had to hear it. But then again, I think they knew.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, before the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Okay. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also I really appreciate your patience and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials things come up that are completely unavoidable, and I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook their head. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
All right, may I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. And this was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. John made it clear to me, I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't think, I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian.
And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbish.
Start off with 2 clips. Karen talking about her relationship. You know, the jurors are all going, man, this lady's on Dateline. This is a high-profile case we stumbled into. And those witnesses were investigated and questioned about their testimony in this case. Odd. I'd be thinking about those things if I was a juror. Are they gonna let us hear her testimony though, I wonder? They should. If they're not gonna they should have said, warning people, we're not gonna show the camera or whatever. Did they do this the first time the kids testified, guys, in the trial? Did they not show them or audio? Okay, let's see. Yeah, you'd think they didn't show anything. Oh, wow. So we're going to just sit here and watch the fan while this child testifies to the nature of the relationship between her uncle and Karen Reed. What if I issue a transcript of it? And I wonder if they'll call his nephew as well, or just her. This might take a minute. I don't know how long the prosecution is planning on keeping her up there, or how long the defense will try to cross. That's crazy. Yeah, that's what I knew. They called both last time. I think they're planning to call them both this time, Big C, but I'm not sure. I don't know if he'll probably, if they do, they'll testify to the same exact thing. You know that. I don't think they'll get up there and contradict one another. They're going to have the same exact story. And because they're children, I'm just going to leave them completely off the table. Even their testimony, no matter what it is, to me, it's not going. I won't take it into account. If I'm a juror, you know, I mean, the jurors have to, obviously, but me personally, it does not matter to me. Kind of like that search of how long did I in cold. I'm over it. It's off the table completely. Y'all can't even tell me what time that damn thing happened. So done with it. That doesn't make or break this case, in my opinion. It doesn't make me think guilty or innocent in this case. So I'm done with that whole thing. Some things I can set aside completely when I'm trying to determine what's going on here. And the more smoke and mirrors you want to throw at me over this debate, you're just trying to distract me, and I know that. So therefore, it's no count to me anymore. So I was reading a little bit more about that document that I was reading a little bit ago, and that judge says over in the Kentucky case with Crystal Rogers case, it says this judge has served for almost 22 years while consistently allowing at least one camera at every jury trial proceeding. Unfortunately, this court believes that it must impose limitations herein to assure a fair trial. That guy went on Nancy Grace and talked smack, and y'all subpoenaed that whole episode. So if he can come out and talk on Nancy Grace, why can't I hear him talk in court? Unfortunately, this court believes it must impose limitations to assure the fair trial. However, nothing in this order prevents the media from attending, observing, taking handwritten notes, and disseminating to the public. Wow, just like over there in Indiana. I'm done with that. I do not feel like having to go and sit and good Lord. I'm going to track it on the Twitter. Crystal deserved way better than that. I don't care about Brooks' rights at this point. Okay, thank you, Butterfly. Let me check that out. Yeah, I saw this come down. I actually have it on my list here. Hang on a minute. Let me. Yeah, she can. Yeah, this is the one I had that was hard to read. I was like, I think Joe said last night he was waiting on one to down something about you got to pay for these documents. I'm like, no. I don't got to pay for court documents like FOIAs and stuff like that. You do, but not during an open case. She handwrote an order or a motion. She's claiming that she didn't have access to her advisory team, counsel, paralegal, and investigator during her last trial. Yes, you did. They sat right there at your table, lady. Sit down. I'm so over her crazy filing. Good luck with that, Lori. Good luck. The videos didn't mesh with the statements. What videos, hon? The Aruba? They have Aruba video? Am I missing? What you talking about, Vixie? Fill me in, girl. The videos didn't mesh with the statements. Wow. That's not good. That's kind of like when that grand jury testimony changes when it gets to trial, right? It's like, oh, that's a red flag. I was also able to get a link to a copy of that video we saw of Higgins, playing around in the Canton Police Department back there in the parking lot, moving that one car and going in the building. I've got the whole thing uninterrupted and not the one that the court showed where it's all tiny. So we're going to look at that again at lunch as well and show you guys. I mean, you saw it in court, but I wanted to watch it again. Where did I put? Looking at my notes for today's show. I noticed some people on Twitter were wondering if that video of Higgins when he's walking into the police station or police department, they're like, that's not Higgins, that's Brian Albert. I'm like, what? And people were arguing about it on Twitter like relentlessly. I'm like, y'all just argue it out. I can't tell who that is. It's all grainy. Apparently it's Higgins on the phone at some point. And some people were saying that the SUV you see parked there is the Ford Edge, allegedly owned by the Alberts. Well, I didn't see Brian Albert in that video, though, meeting Higgins there. I think Higgins just called him. I don't know who he called. Oh, lawyer Lori didn't tell her already. Well, she could use it for reasons to appeal if there was truth behind it, right? That's the thing. Lori's not far off on some of her legal basis, but she's got to back that stuff up. Lori wasn't wrong a couple of times during her trial. And that's just from a legal standpoint. I know people don't like to hear it. They feel like you're trading sides and all the things. Like, no, I'm just gauging law at this point. So, yeah, Lori got to prove she didn't have access to the attorneys and the investigator. It's one thing to say it, but you need to prove it. She's got to show where there were times she requested them and that they just didn't show up. There's a whole lot there she's got to prove. Yeah, Vixie, I saw stuff about this. I saw some chatter. And if you look at the waterfall video, Higgins' shoes are not the shoes you see in the video of Higgins at the police department. They're a different set of shoes almost. It looks like Brian Albert's shoes because you can see the shoes really good in the waterfall video. I saw it last night when I was trolling around. And I was like, dang, my conspiracy brain ain't ready to go down that road yet, but dang, those are different shoes. It looked like Brian Albert's shoes, I'll have to say. Because in the waterfall video, Higgins' shoes were a solid, very light color. And Albert's shoes were black with white soles. You think he changed them? Oh, yeah, he could have. Throw everybody off a little bit. You know, Mr. ATF agent over there, he's got all the answers. He's just a guy out trying to find a girl and trying to make sure she ain't playing him. That kind of guy. Aw. Poor guy, wronged by the women. What was it about you, Higgins, that the women didn't find attractive once they got to know you? That's what I like. Ew. What makes some back off and run away? And the hoodie. I have to say, when I first saw that video, I thought, is that Higgins' face? But it looks like a damn clown almost, the way that video's, I hate grainy videos. It's like, Ring people, CCTV people should all be paying attention because your cameras kind of suck a little bit. You might want to upgrade just a little bit. And from what we hear tell, all of Canton's got inverted cameras all over town. Y'all might want to fix that in case something serious happens. And you can't get to the bottom of it because you got inverted video all over town, according to Yuri. And like I said, that's not even pertaining to this case, so don't bring it up. And the judge agreed and said, no, strike that whole thing. We don't care about what was going on around town, sir. We only care about what went on in the police department. And then I'm going to have to ask you, well, did the person who installed the camera at the jail and in the Sally Port also install all the cameras around town and they inverted them all? Can we get them in here to show proof of that? Weirdo. Vixie. That's funny. Some people crack me up with their content, though, with these cases. You can't help it but laugh. I mean, we all got to get a good laugh in sometimes. And I've seen people do some insane stuff that I can't help but laugh at. It's just comical. And it's weird to say when you're dealing with true crime of this nature, but it is what it is. We're not all hanging out in the cooking class, chat, are we? So it's like, this is what we talk about. This is what we do. Oh, you know what, Butterfly? I wonder if they'll release audio at the end of the day on that trial, because they did that with Lori Vallow's Idaho trial because she didn't want the cameras. So the judge agreed and didn't let the cameras in, but we got the dang audio at the end of the night, and we had to sit there and listen to that damn thing just to be able to talk about it the next day. So I don't know if they'll release transcripts or audio later that night. Let me read through this a little bit. All right. You've established that the state's highest court gives you complete control over your courtroom. Blah, 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 blah. We know. Unfortunately, this case has generated tremendous interest among the news media and general public, which resulted in a circus-like atmosphere. Judge, welcome to true crime and high-profile cases. They all have a circus-like atmosphere. As a result, this court has expended a significant amount of judicial time on the administration of and oversight of broadcasting. What? Requests coming from local, regional, and national media organizations. In fact, there have been a number of requests for a media room. This court has also previously entered an order to prevent courtroom distractions associated with broadcasting of these proceedings. Can we talk about his family going before the grand jury and trying to record their own testimony, sir? Y'all gonna bring that up in court? Because I want you to. However, this court has observed individuals sitting in the media area who have been videoing the proceedings on iPhones and iPads. Oh, good Lord, you bloomin' idiots. You're going to mess it up for all of us who want to see a trial on TV, as we should be allowed to do. Why y'all got to sit there and record stuff on your phones and your iPads? To further complicate matters, there has been coverage on social media platforms. Get used to it, sir. With this court receiving complaints about the proceedings being live streamed. There is nobody complaining about that being live streamed. I guarantee it. Maybe from Brooks Houck and his family, but not from Sherry Ballard, not from Crystal's family. So who's showing concern here? If we don't slow our roll to some capacity, they're going to ban cameras in courtrooms. We're going to put up a fight for that, because that's not going to happen. To further complicate the matters, okay, we read that. This court finds that the trial proceeding must be conducted in a dignified manner without the distraction of anyone recording this proceeding with the camera. Can't you make them leave their devices off? The court also wanted to avoid the unnecessary sequestering of the jury to prevent from the viewing. Maybe y'all already moved the trial. Why you got to sequester the jury? This is not the highest profile case out there. There's not even that many people who talk about Crystal Rogers' case. It's like pulling teeth. You can't get people to talk about it. Only a few people out there actually covered this case. The court also wants to avoid the necessary sequestering of the jury. Okay. Another concern is KRE 615, which requires witnesses to be excluded from the trial proceeding to prevent them from hearing the testimony. Well, yeah, we know that. The purpose of this rule is to elicit the truth. Okay, well, I know the purpose of it. Robert Lawson, the Kentucky Evidence Law Handbook, he cites them. Okay. Unfortunately, this court and trial counsel have profound nervosity that these witnesses would be able to observe the testimony of prior witnesses if recordings are allowed. Y'all are afraid that your witnesses will watch TV and watch the trial before they testify. Well, that's between you and your witnesses. Are we going to stop airing trials because you might have a witness watch it? Can they start adulting today, please? To further complicate matters, some of these same witnesses will likely be called to testify at subsequent trial involving the Lawsons' co-defendant. This is about the Lawsons' trial and not Brooks, okay? Because the Lawsons are a father and son who were also arrested and charged with Crystal's murder along with her boyfriend, and they severed the cases. Instead of being tried all three together, Brooks wanted his separate. The defendant's jury trial shall come.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers.
Dang,
You know what a lot of the
me.
trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much.
Okay, Jesse. What did I do? I silenced him. It looked like he fast-forwarded himself. Like he's talking and moving on high speed. That due to the size of the jury pool, the general public and the news media shall be allowed to observe jury selection on a closed-circuit TV in courtroom D. You want to show the most boring part of all? That once the jury has been selected, the general public and the news media shall be allowed to observe the trial proceedings from the courtroom gallery. There, that no one shall disclose the identity of any juror, that all individuals in the courtroom gallery shall be prohibited from live streaming, video recording, and audio recording. Wow. I'm so over stuff like that. I know. You got to trust them at some point. So that means going forward, is every defendant going to try to say you can't stream my trial because witnesses might watch it? Well, that they changed their testimony from what the depositions they gave were, you can perjure them on the witness stand. Do I need to come lawyer this for y'all? Goodness. Cameras in the courtroom is about to become a thing in America, I think. Maybe, maybe not. I hope they don't. But I think they got to get better at understanding social media. If they're afraid our impact is that large that we're going to mess it up, you get better at dealing with social media because it's not going anywhere, right? It's just, it is what it is. And y'all need to get with the times and figure out how to handle it. It's not hard, not in my opinion. I understand social media is a crazy beast and there's a lot out here, but you would think y'all would want the actual information out there in raw form so we can see it for ourselves instead of depending on somebody else who's going to tell us what we supposedly saw and heard and did. Collectively, we might can decide what we saw, heard, and did, but I don't need somebody coming out and telling us what we saw, heard, and seen. All that. Who's interrupting? Jesse? Is he? Are you talking about Jesse? Comes out of nowhere. I don't know what the judge's ruling was on the Aruba stuff, so I don't know if he's asking her about that or not. I don't think she's ruled on it yet because I didn't see anything on Twitter about it. Oh, good. My window's open, guys. I'm sorry if you heard a truck pass by. I see some strange posts on the Twitter, guys. They're just like begging you to come in there and say stuff to them. I just laugh and keep scrolling. Well, y'all are wild. Some of the things said about these cases. It is wild out there. It's like the Wild Wild West. Everything goes. Someone posted, on the Karen Freed Twitter account. It says, please call the Aruba sisters. Show the jury how desperate the CW is and how unlikable they are. She thought she was big stuff last time. Oh, they have the Sullivan girl testify last time? Very close with John, but never met Karen until then. You were really close to John, but never met Karen, his girlfriend, but y'all were going on an Aruba trip together? Like a friend trip? But you never met his girlfriend? He just wasn't out there introducing his girlfriend to all his friends, was he?
Mr. O'Keefe walking toward a woman, and he said,
I'm gonna save this because if I take it off the court feed, I don't want it to mess me up. I won't be able to see it. Let me put this somewhere so I can save it, and then I can go pull up the court feed on the side. Drop it in here. So I didn't. They both testified last time, Vixie. Wow. Well, they're wanting to bring them back to discuss that incident all over again. I heard he was the godfather of somebody's child. You'd think if you were someone's godfather and you're dating a girl, you might introduce her if they're like serious. So I find it weird that John had close friends that didn't know Karen that well. Did y'all only see each other when you were together at the bar or at the house? Y'all didn't obviously you went out together because you went to Aruba with friends. I'm assuming they weren't set to be called this time, and that's why they made that new filing trying to get them in there now. If they don't get up there and testify, I heard her say, I want him dead, I wish he's dead, all that, then they are no count to me as well. Because you got to show intent, and I don't think they're going to get there with all this stuff they're bringing in. I see her questioning their relationship. I see her questioning, I thought, could I have done this? All of the things that she's thinking out loud. I think a lot of us would do that. And that's about all it's proven. She paid for their dinner, and then he went out and did that by the pool with oh, girl, I'd have thrown him in the pool. Then I'd got me a flight back home and never spoke to him again. How about that, buddy? Fish yourself out that pool and you pay for dinner from now on. Y'all get out of them toxic relationships. They're not good for you. You deserve better. Karen seemed like maybe she was really generous. You know what I mean? Like always buying the kids things, and we've heard that John would get upset. You're spoiling the kids, all the things. I think Karen might have just been that person. Due to witnesses being minors, testimony will not be shown. Okay. I guess what I can do is pull this up on the side over here, and then we can go troll the Twitter. We go troll the Twitter when we get bored and need something to talk about. We go laugh at stuff. But let me pull up this court stream on the side over here. Okay. Turn that down. All right. Let me pull up a different screen, guys. 1 second. And I'm monitoring the situation over here. Uh-oh. Interesting. The minute I pop onto Twitter, I'm like, what? Why? Interesting. Did that account get... What? I gotta go look at something real quick, guys. Sorry. You may not know what this is about, but I do. It's just 1 second. This is some Delphi stuff. This is one reason why I'm not covering the Delphi case anymore. Oh, you were just blocked, my guy. That's all. You just got blocked. Okay, and we know why. I was looking for that post I just had seen, guys. Sorry. Let me go back. There was some, look, Brian Albert's trending, guys. People are so divided. It's really, it's almost a strange place to be in true crime anymore because you can't just sit down the middle. I mean, you can and we should, especially, through all this, but it's just not that way sometimes. Yeah, she had good paying jobs. Karen earned a good living. I heard that too, Butterfly, that he had gotten a DUI or something, and she bailed him out of jail. It was a DUI. That's what I thought too. That's what we had heard. So this guy, I don't know who this is. Boston police officer was murdered inside of BPD Officer Albert's home. Ooh, strong statement. Karen Reed has been framed and wrongfully prosecuted twice. The FBI is honoring the loss of O'Keefe by allowing his murder. The FBI is, sir, FBI is staying quiet right now. If y'all haven't noticed, they launched a full-on investigation. They've already know these guys after the CDL scandal and the overtime scandal. I'm not ready to throw the FBI under the bus and say it's all their fault, because I think it's a lot of people's faults. But if the FBI has something, they should damn well come up and say it. Apparently their experts they hired did. This one says, repeat after me, loud and clear, to ensure Higgins hears this. You are at Fairview again at 7 a.m. to comfort everyone. So he's up here. Uh-oh. Sorry, I got to get this thing back up real quick. It went away. Okay. You claim you first learned about John during a 7:20 a.m. call, but he was back over there at 7. Yep. Brian Albert was the Boston Police Department. John was Boston Police Department. Albert's brother was Canton Police Department. Higgins is ATF. And all them other ones, some are from Mass State Police and some are from Canton. But John and Albert were Boston PD. Who is this lady? And you have honored... I'm not going to just tear that man apart. Okay. I'm not into that. I don't know John O'Keefe like that. I don't think he was boyfriend material, but that's just my opinion. It doesn't mean I think he's a bad guy. Brian Higgins testified he made no phone calls in the early AM hours of 129. Look at him on that phone, though. Look at him on that phone. And his call to Brian Albert was a butt dial. Do you pick up your phone and talk to it when you butt dial it? We look at him at 1:34 a.m. He swiped his card to access Sallyport, and he texted it must have accidentally scanned when he walked by. Accidentally scanned when you walked by. Did you had it pulled up on the phone to accidentally scan? Some of us actually have a brain. You just walk by and the phone just like, oh, let me steal your information. Who was you calling? Who was you talking to, sir? They're still not back in the courtroom yet. 11:49. Now, see, in this one, though, it looks like Higgins' shoes are different. That's weird. I'm going to go back and watch that other video. 11:49 p.m. waterfall. Brian Higgins and Albert observed by the cameras. We already know. Okay, see, right there it does show he's got white soles in the bottom of those shoes. Okay, so whoever showed me that one video was showing me some fudgy stuff. Y'all have to be real careful about where you get your information and go vet it if you can. I didn't even look at the cameras last night that second time. Look, here's the thing. We watched a lot about corruption here yesterday. All departments have it. And you're going to have, not all departments, but the departments that are corrupt, they work in conjunction with other people, right? So if you've got, we already know from what we saw yesterday alone on news media clips that Massachusetts State Police has been under investigation multiple times. Multiple troopers investigated for different various things. So if you got people in there who are already corrupt, do you have ones in the Canton PD? And do you got a couple in your pocket from the Boston PD? Do you got one in your pocket from the ATF? You probably do. Because it appears this corruption starts at the top government and works its way all the way down to the city council people, all the way down to the police departments. And if you got one guy in Canton or two, or one or two in the Boston PD, or you got an ATF guy, you got yourself a little group that might make things happen if you need them happening. And then you have to ask yourself, were they corrupt before this incident? And so the corruption was a second nature, right? Some of the stuff we watched, like even the one guy talking about how these cops have to decide, the ones that come out and see this stuff happening, and they have to make a decision: do I turn this all in, or do I just turn my head, or do I join in? We saw what happened to the one guy who did turn them in. He went straight to the FBI. He bypassed everybody in the department because he knew it wouldn't be good. So he goes all the way to the FBI with it. And then they want him to do things to help the investigation along. But then that guy couldn't even be a cop anymore after that. It's like everybody turned on him. So you can't come out and speak against the cops for their bad behavior, because then you might not ever get a job in law enforcement again. But these guys can get a slap on the wrist, 5 days suspension of some little vacays, and they're good to go. That's really messed up in this country. To say, if you're a cop and you speak out against corruption, you may never get a job again in this country. But you can get on the Brady list, or you can take a little slap on the wrist and continue on as business as usual. That's something messed up about that. Okay, this one says, wait, I thought that Brian Higgins said he was a butt dial. See, there he is on the phone. How can you butt dial if you're on the actual phone, my guy? Quit it. Here's some background on some of the cops. As stated above, Brian Albert was allegedly a thug. He has beaten a few officers after drinking. One or two are the defense witness list. Oh, the defense got some people who got beat up by a drunk Albert? A lot of the officers have very checkered backgrounds, including Higgins. Oh my God, it's a paragraph. Including Higgins, he appears to lose control if he doesn't get his own way or is told no. Breaking kids' remote control when he lost a video game against a child. Okay, what do y'all know? Where'd y'all learn that from? Incidents regarding a gun shop. Now, if he broke a controller after playing a game with a kid because he got butt hurt because he lost, dude, no wonder people wouldn't date you. Personally, I don't believe the FBI were there to investigate OJO death. Me neither. I believe it was either to do with Sandra Birchmore or the Explorers program or Morrissey. I kind of agree. This is purely my opinion while investigating every vile monster involved in the grooming, rape, trafficking, and eventual murder of Sandra. That obviously involved a lot of the same players. This is true. Sandra lived in Canton, so Canton Police Department were involved. Kevin Albert collected the video surveillance of Matthew Farwell. In case you guys don't know, Farwell was a police officer accused of killing Sandra Birchmore. And a lot of the cops that investigated that case also are in this case, okay? Matthew Farwell with Fanning. Fanning is also a part of this case. And Colleen Crawford, the two that had a video editing company that they closed when the Karen Reed trial started, and have been caught altering video evidence in another trial. Holy scandal. What did I just read? Yeah, it's been decades for that corruption over there, Vixie. It really has. I was kind of surprised at some of the things I learned and we went over yesterday. And other similar type situations that we took a look at. There's still more we didn't even look at yesterday. So Colleen Crawford and her partner Fanning had a video editing company. Are they altering evidentiary videos? They also removing Sandra's diaries, sonogram pic, and any info regarding Matthew Farwell. That's unacceptable. Like the poster saying something like, congratulations. Fanning, Lank, Albert, DeCiccio, Geronio, Dunn, trying to remember all the officers involved in both cases, all covered for an officer that groomed her for approximately 13 years, then murdered her. That is true. This come out in court documents. And yes, she was passed around or trafficked. William Farwell videoed her with other officers. Do we have proof of that? That's insane. Grain of salt, people, I cannot verify anything in this thing I'm reading. I'm just reading it to you because we got nothing else to do. The feds arrested MF, but had to be creative. It was Michael or Farwell, whatever, Farwell, to be creative to step into a state case murdering a witness. Because Norfolk County DA is so disgustingly corrupt and they weren't going to do a thing. They actually said because Sandra was dead, nothing could be done because she wouldn't be able to testify. John O'Keefe's not here to testify to the nature of his relationship with Karen Reed either. But here we are, talking about it. Because so Sandra was unfortunately murdered and can't testify. Nothing to see here? Y'all don't make no sense. They think we're all just blooming idiots, people. Yep, exactly. And I don't think they thought this Karen Reed case would blow up the way it did, right? So if there is anything going on there and any kind of corruption was taking place, they did not think it would blow up to be this. It would all be kept in-house, swept under the rug, business as usual, right? You believe there were texts that showed that? Oh. But everyone knows the feds work very slowly. Anyway, after that ramble, I get very worked up on, okay. I think Karen Reed was a byproduct of investigating all of these filthy, vile cops who just happened to be involved in the Karen Reed investigation. The feds got the phone data that Bev wouldn't allow, plus hired Arca and Morrissey not to proceed. But of course, Morrissey did. He's in too deep after the Sandra Burkhart cover-up and God knows what else. There is 2 other known SA victims from Stratton Explorer program, but they're too scared to go to LE. Can't confirm that. There was allegedly approximately 300 complaints about the Explorer program throughout the U.S. Sounds like the Catholic Church clergy. Oh, Lord. Oh, God, not the Catholic Church clergy up in a police program. But I pray I'm completely wrong. Okay, that's their opinion. Cover up for a cover up, right? If not, the feds would be working on something big, like Rico. Did OGO know too much? Did John know too? What? Who's OGO? I missed that. Okay, I did that wrong. He was working in the sex offenders department. He asked if Kevin Albert was going to be there that night. That really stuck out to me. Every single person that knew about the psychopath Matthew Farwell should just be in prison. I wonder what what does this stuff say? Okay. This is response to June 21-23, a letter concerning your private request for recusal of the United States Attorney's Office. Okay, that's old stuff. There's a lot, between the Sandra Birchmore case. We went over some of that stuff here on a live that we had. It's been a minute, but we went over some of that. I have followed the Birchmore case, but not as closely as I should, like with what? Oh my goodness. Hold on, guys. I stumbled on something else, another case. I got to read it. State versus Erica Morrissey, Indiana. She worked on the Delphi case, defendant in person, attorney in person. Jennifer Auger withdrew as her attorney. Jennifer Auger was one of the 3 lead attorneys on the Delphi case for Richard Allen. Morrissey was an investigator working the case. She had gotten into some trouble. Jennifer Auger, I guess, was going to represent her, but she's bowed out. Well, Erica kind of came in hot and made a mess of things. I don't know what to say about that. I have no comment. And they're still showing the outside of the courtroom, guys. I guess they're still talking to the niece. Oh, here's what we were going to look. Here's that thing. Okay, I'm going to turn the volume on this. This is the Sullivan girl. Let me start it over.
I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going. I pulled back. He was glassy-eyed, looking above me. We never made eye contact. He was looking above me. It looked like he was looking for someone. I asked him, "Where are you going?" assuming that he would be coming to the pool bar to meet us. He kept looking around and he indicated that he was going that way and pointed toward a bank of rooms to our right. And I said, "Well, you should go that way." And I stepped back and I guided him toward the area that he was going. I pulled back.
So which one was she? It doesn't even say. I pulled back. Is this the one he was all over, or the sister to the one he was all over? Not Paul giving Jackson the death stare. Oh, yeah, he is. But, you know, I'm not here. Oh, goodness. Publicly buzzed 1 hour ago. Brian Kohberger purchased a K-bar knife 8 months before the University of Idaho murders on November 13th, 2022. 2 days after the murders, allegedly leaving his knife sheath at the crime, discarding the murder weapon. We don't know if he did or didn't. He considered purchasing another K-bar knife. Yeah, he did. Court documents shown on November 15th, he clicked buy. Well, he clicked buy now, but he didn't complete the buy. He ended up completing it eventually, but he tried twice. So there got a picture of Bundy on the left and Kohberger on the right, because apparently Kohberger was really into looking at Ted Bundy stuff. She's the one he was all over. Okay, thank you. The video we just saw about Sullivan's sister testifying. That's the one that she claims that he was all over that night. It's not altered, honey. We don't have the lady from okay. What Dateline said was they resized the selfies that Brian took of himself, not everything else. Sped up footage. Yeah. It's TV, people. I think most of us don't need you to come in and tell us what it meant. I don't anyway. Where's the outrage? About what? Did y'all see anything we should be outraged about? Because Dateline showed him. I get it. Some people don't like it, but I don't care. They do it all the time. How many of us like true crime have Googled and watched docs on Ted Bundy? Well, a lot of us. But we didn't have our sheath turned up on a murder scene. I Google all kinds of stuff you don't want to know about, but my DNA is not going to be left somewhere it shouldn't. Oh, that's just creepy. Publicly buzzed again with his... There's your altered photos, people. These people on Twitter crack me up. After consulting with a former boxer, Brian Kohberger case, I'm left perplexed. You consulted with a boxer? Considering the severe damage inflicted on Kaylee alone, it seems like he wouldn't have suffered significant injury to his hands. Would he? He's beating up a girl in the face who didn't expect it. One solid punch. Is that really going to bust up old boy's knuckles to pieces like he hit a brick wall? Think about it, baby girl. Think about it. You don't got to bust your knuckles open because you punched somebody. How do we know he wasn't wearing some sort of tight black gloves, right? Get a good grip on things. How do we know that? But she's here to tell us he'd have a whole busted up hand if he hit Kaylee dead in the face and busted her. No, girl, no. Sit down. Oh, honey, Adam Malone ain't no count. Quit worrying about it. He's just a troll on Twitter looking for fun. Well, we got naked girl walking around. What? They arrested the lady? Hold up. What is Gigi reporting here? You guys follow the Murdaugh case any? Ooh, Vixie, you do tarot? Girl, we need to talk. Yeah, boxing and martial arts, right? I mean, you don't have to, you're taught. Like when my kid was taking a karate and all the things and working his way to his black belt, you're taught to hit things a certain way and use different ways. It doesn't take a genius for me to think that, of course, he could have busted up a knuckle, but chances are, balling up your fist to punch a helpless girl dead off in the face, you're not going to hurt your hand that bad. Okay. All right, so Alex Murdaugh, clerk of court, Becky Hill, arrested on 3 felony charges. I guess Gigi's got... Oh, someone's got... Oh, wait, what happened? Go back. I'll have to go to Gigi's Twitter and look at that. What just happened? Okay. All right, I'm watching the side court feed, and they just took it down for a moment. They got a live view symbol up now. Okay, let me... Okay, here it is. Let me... How did I need to do this? Who's arrested? Who's arrest? Who's Twitter? Oh, it's from her Pretty Lies Twitter account. Let me go pull that up. Because I'm curious. Because that was the jury tampering stuff, right? Pretty Lies and Alibis. Okay, Jesse's up on the screen talking. I think it's in a short she put up. Yeah, here we go. Let me pull this up and I'll share the screen. Didn't she write the book too? Okay, let's see. Unmute.
She's also on a hold for SLED.
Uh-oh. Start over.
Which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I will update as I learn more. No mugshot yet, but I will keep you posted. What you know, Alibis? Breaking news. The Alex Murdaugh, clerk of court Becky Hill, has been arrested on 3 felony charges. Those aren't specified, although I'm hearing one is expected to be perjury. She's also on a hold for SLED, which is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. I will update as I learn more. No mugshot.
Wow, we'll look for that. Yes, she did write the book. Well, she's going to have to write her another one, isn't she? They got the OnlyFans back up in the courtroom, guys, so I'll pull that feedback up for us so we don't return late to court. Okay, let me get me stuff together here. All right, let me get y'all screen back up so you can see as well. And get me on out of the way here. Because we wouldn't know how to act with that big old OnlyFan looking at us. So 3 felonies. I might have to look that up and follow up with Gigi later and get a good update on that. Because she's been all over this case from the very beginning. Well, several. But she does a good job on that case. Oh. Y'all know can't talk right this second. How many of you ever followed the Menendez brothers case? Like, that happened back in the 90s when my kids were little, or whatever, whenever it happened. My kids were little, and I followed that whole case and watched everything on TV, right? They got resentenced. Uh-oh, I hear noise. I'm going to put it on silent until they actually do something. So they had the big hearing yesterday, apparently, about their resentencing, and apparently the judge resentenced them to 50 to life, which now makes them eligible for parole, I guess. So now how long will they have to wait for parole? I was like, what is the whole, what's happening here? Thanks for the resentencing. You're going to wait 30 more years to get out? I kind of felt like they should let them out These guys have told everybody what they did. They have apologized. They've done all the things. They've told, there's a lot to unpack with that case. If you have never followed any of it, you won't understand what I'm saying. So I don't want to get into a big debate with people, but from everything I have seen over the past 30 years, or however long it's been now, let them go. Their families say, please let them go. So who am I to argue with all that? That's their business. They went to jail, did their time, all the things. Could have really just said later on, Mom and Dad, peace out, I'm done with you, I'm going to go. But that's not what they chose to do. But I'm not here to judge all that. There was just too much accusations being leveled about that I don't even feel comfortable being all involved in. You know what I mean? If there's any truth behind what those boys have said over the years, that was pretty horrible. And some of the things we've seen come out of Hollywood, we can't sit here and say that couldn't have never happened, because it darn well could have. So I wonder how long it will take them to go up for the parole board. You know what I mean? Like, that's one thing to tell me I'm resentenced, but now how long I gotta wait? Someone reported on Twitter that all the jurors were paying attention when they showed those two clips of Karen in the courtroom this morning. Always like to get an update on what those jurors are seeing, how they're reacting to certain things, because we can't, see them, engage them. So anytime somebody can do that, I appreciate it. What is this? I don't know what this means, y'all. That Aiden Kearney guy posted, and I don't read his stuff, so I do not know nothing about him. I don't have no feelings toward this guy either way. But he reports yesterday, Karen Reed has agreed to turn state's witness against Sean McDonough, aka EI Jeff, whatever, as he has been revealed to be the true mastermind behind everything. Who the hell is that? They apparently waterboarded her, demanding she give us McDonough and she could go free. After 2 years of protecting him, Karen finally decided to give him up. I am so confused. I don't even know what that's about. Maybe I should have read his stuff after all. Oh my goodness. I may have some homework to do now. Who are they talking about? Do you guys know? Where's or Firefly? Where's Miss Shorty? Who else is here who watched that first trial or knows who this person might be that Turtle Boy's or Aiden Kearney's over? I don't like calling him Turtle Boy. He calls himself that. It's cool. You think it was a joke? Okay, because I'm like confused, but if I'm like, who is this person? Isn't it Sean? Like, I don't even know who that is. And don't be making those weird posts that are not true. I mean, that's probably why I didn't read a lot of your stuff to start with, because I don't know what you're talking about half the time and if it's real or if it's Memorex. I can't with that kind of stuff. That just muddies up the waters for no reason. That leads to confusion, misinformation. Goodness gracious. Oh lordy, people are still trying to tie a drug cartel to Idaho 4. Bless their hearts. Butterfly, it's always a good idea, isn't it, to read the comments? And I usually do. The comments, people are, yeah, well, who's he talking about, though? Why is he joking about that person? Crazy. So there was a new filing dropped in the Brian Kohberger case. And it's something I have a problem with because I don't have a problem with IGG. Let me just say that. And the reason why I don't, because it's been used multiple times in other cases, not just Brian Kohberger. It's literally a tool that has been used in other cases. And it's just the first attorney to try to fight it, right? And to bring out the secrets of the FBI. Well, I think most of us who've been alive a while know the FBI's got a lot of secrets. I don't want to know all their secrets. I just don't. Because sometimes you got to do what you got to do to catch the bad guy. And I understand that. And am I willing to say, do what you got to do sometimes? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It all depends on the situation at hand. But so what the judge did decide to do was they're not going to be allowed to walk into court and say, we received the name Brian Kohberger through an IGG tip. They have to say it was just a tip, which to me is the jury going to want to know what that tip was. What do you mean? Does somebody call up on the phone and say, I think it's my neighbor, my brother, my cousin, my son? Does the tip matter? Will the jury care where the tip came from or how they got it? So the judge decided that it will have to be introduced as a tip, and they have apparently both parties came to an agreement as to the juror questionnaires or jury instructions pertaining to that. Can you guys still hear me, see me? I'm seeing I've lost connection, but I don't know. Let me fix something here, see if that's a problem. Hang on. Okay, you can hear me? Okay. Oh, it's back. Now, my screen, it was saying, oops, connecting, and a little thing was spinning. I'm like, well, can they even hear me? So, yeah, both parties apparently have agreed on whatever they're going to instruct the jurors on. Whatever that is sealed. So there's nothing there for us to read. Just an order asking to seal the documents, and then an order ordering to have them sealed. So not much to see there. Did y'all lose me for a second, though, Butterfly? That happens, guys. Sorry, my swamp signal must have, had to show itself for a moment. It can't help it. I'm in the boonies, but I do have decent Wi-Fi. Most of the time. Okay, we got movement again in the courtroom, guys. We'll probably be going for morning break here in a little bit. Oh, we got, what's his name? Didn't he testify already? Is that somebody different? Oh, shit.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
My name is Zachary Clark. My last name is spelled C-L-A-R-K.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a sergeant with the state police, sir.
And how long in total have you worked for the Mass State Police?
Approximately 7 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work?
I currently work for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
In the detective unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how long or when did you begin working with the Norfolk County SPDU?
February of 2023.
And you're a sergeant currently within the state police, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration.
And you survived.
It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with a history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape be placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well?
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe. And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle? Yes. She marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape. And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle? The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again. Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle? I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions. Now, what is a friction ridge impression? A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions. Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that? I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, are more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present. Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means? Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions. Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else? Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene. And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is? Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area. Now, did anyone go with you there? Not that I recall. And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused? The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snowbanks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Okay. All right, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos to the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness just
Yes.
briefly? Sir, I'm presenting you with 3 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those 3 photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those 3 photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next 3 exhibits?
All right, well, I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
Yes.
Exhibits 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with the what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022?
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the Crime Scene Services section?
That's correct.
And that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes.
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks are to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
I knew that was coming.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Y'all know how to trigger them sidebars. Y'all know. Come on now, you're attorneys. If I know, y'all know. Y'all trying to... I love how they slip stuff in that we're not supposed to know, but yet we know. I love how they do that. They get in trouble for it. So he gets a promotion, gets to go up. And he's there when Tully... So Tully lost his job as the top guy there? Interesting. Now the jurors are aware of that. They're not supposed to be aware, but they already are now. Sorry, I was eating my bagel. Every time I go to get something to eat, she decides to have a sidebar. Every time. Wonder where the defense is going to go with this guy. I don't feel like he has a whole lot to say. Except, oh, yeah, I got a promotion. But did you do some fudgy stuff with your camera? I mean, I don't know. What's his angle here? Right? They can't unhear it once they heard it, Butterfly. It'd be hard for me to unhear it once I'm a juror. I'm like, but ma'am, I actually heard it, so I can't unhear it. You just mean don't take it into account.
so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it.
I was about to say, why?
Well, were you aware, when you were called out on this case, that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there?
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Yeah, why?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Objection.
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained in jurors, I'm going to ask you to strike that question.
Why?
Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
Yeah, be heard at sidebar. Let him rephrase that, Beth. I'm not understanding why you just said no to that. So we got Higgins and Albert getting drunk in the cruiser. That's all them two seem to do is run around and drink and play fight. There they go again, sneaking it in about the Alberts, Higgins and Albert over there are drinking. Don't make the judge mad, sir. Rephrase, not repeat. And if this is defense up right now, the defense is trying to get some stuff in there. He said, I need to be heard at sidebar, ma'am. I'm not going to stand here and argue with you in front of all these people. So we'll just go to sidebar and do it. I saw you making your coffee, Butterfly. I think I'm starting to feel a little bit.
To take our morning recess.
Morning
We'll see
break.
you in
I knew
about
it.
20 minutes.
20 minutes.
And Sandra, you can just follow up.
Hold on one sec, guys. I had to get that down for Jesse jumps in and scares me again. Nobody knows who's in charge, man. They tried to, make it look like Yuri was like, I don't know what they tried to make Yuri look like. You're the guy investigating. You're the guy covering up for Proctor and downplaying him and all those things. I don't think they know who's in charge over there. There's one big person in charge somewhere, and a bunch of folks under him maybe to carry out the orders. Uh-oh, Gigi done got the mugshot on the egg lady. I'll have to get it and post it to the tab later. She shouldn't have went there and messed around with jury tampering. Y'all should have left well enough alone, but y'all don't know how. Sometimes people should leave well enough alone, you know what I mean? And maybe they'll learn something. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get caught up on you guys and some other stuff here on the side. I forgot what I was doing. Okay. I had to message somebody back. Okay. I wonder who they'll call when they're done with this guy. So he interviewed Colin on the 18th. This time he's a member of CPAC, and once he was why are they they waited a minute to talk to this kid, but anyway, he was informed that he was the Albert nephew. I got to do a recap midweek show. I think we need to start doing so we can talk about all the things we've heard in the past week. Maybe like on a Saturday or something. I was on mute and forgot. Let's see. Court TV. Are a lot of you familiar with this next trial Lori's got going on? I don't even know if all of y'all followed the first trial or not. Well, it wasn't her first trial. The trial of Charles Vallow was her third murder trial. Okay, I will, Butterfly. I'll go do that now, actually. So she also stands accused of conspiring to kill her. Brandon Boudreaux, at the time, he was married to Lori's niece. And that's the next trial she's coming up on. Oh, here it is. What am I checking? I got the last filing you sent me that Lori did. Is this a different one? Oh, okay. This must be a different one. No, I thought this is the one we read. The defendant, Lori Baydell, requests this court to allow time during lunch and other breaks during trial to meet with the advisory council. Well, she should be. Look, here's the thing about these legal cases. I'm not going to sit here and say Lori doesn't have the same rights as all defendants, right? Because that's sketchy of me to say when I'm a big supporter of defendants' rights. So even though I may not agree with Lori or anything she does or has done, and I might think she's guilty of sin and all the things, but when it comes to the legal world, we got to play fair and across the board. It is what it is. So I don't think having access to them during lunch is going to help her, but give her the chance. She is her own lawyer. You don't have a whole lot to worry about. Trial to meet with advisory council as well as her investigator and paralegal. The request is made pursuant to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 18th or 14th Amendments of the U.S. In order for the defendant to be given a fair trial, with her team to consult during lunch break and other breaks. And a lot of times they are, so the defendant realizes this request would, and I don't have the rest of it. Maybe I should go to that post and maybe they'll have the whole thing. Yeah. It was Joe's, but you can't hardly read the darn thing, and I'm not struggling to read their shitty photocopies of documents that Joe had to pay for when I don't think you should have had to pay for them, and I wouldn't have paid for them. I'd have been like, no, sir, state of Arizona, you're not getting my hard-earned dime. You can keep them stupid ass. Oh, I'm going to get to cussing in a minute, ain't I? You can keep them documents because they're supposed to be free to start with. Oh, your message didn't send. Okay, send me another one. I didn't realize she was asked. The defendant is requesting. So you can barely read this thing because of the way they got it copied. You could read the first one better. Like it just showed up better on the post you sent me versus, what you sent me in Discord, you can see it better than you see it on Twitter. It's weird. It's like it's distorted on the Twitter. Like I'm not into distorted nothing. I don't trust distortion. Oh, hang on. My Wi-Fi was turned off on the phone for a minute, Butterfly. I forgot. Oh. Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm like, what do you mean? You just, I don't think there is a button on the page. I think you just have to share the actual link to the channel and then I think. Let me check. Let me look at my thing. Let me look, Butterfly. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, let's see. Oh. If there is a button, I have not set it up like that yet. Like just to join memberships? Is that what you're asking me? A link? Let me see. Yeah, I don't have a direct link to join as memberships. You just click it and join, but you can share the link to the stream to my channel, and then they can go directly to the channel and become a member if they'd like. Yeah, guys, we try to do members only videos. I do those. Done a couple with this case. Just putting what I did was I took evidence they submitted in court and put them into little videos just for us to throw into the playlist to go back and review. And I've got a couple more in the works to do that as well. And I do community updates on the page, and we've had one members only live so far. We haven't been having memberships for a really long time. So we did do a members only live before on Rex Hurman. It was pretty successful. We'll do another one again soon. I've got a couple of ideas I'm kicking around. And if you guys ever, if there's anything you want us to deep dive as a community, by all means, send me a message, email me, go over to my channel and leave me a comment. I'm always interested in seeing what you guys want to see and hear as well. Yeah, if you can just share the link out, Butterfly, they can go over to the page and give us a thumbs up, give us a like, give us a join, give us a whatever y'all want to do. Just don't give us a thumb down. You don't have to be here. It's all good. All right, they're showing the court still, the fan, they're still on break. Decorating stuff. Oh, goodness. I might cook out this weekend. I haven't decided. I think we will Sunday. We didn't do anything here at the house for my son's birthday last weekend because he was off doing adult things with his girlfriend. All my kids were busy anyway, so I was like, you know what? Let's just get together next weekend and do a little cookout. So maybe, actually, if I end up doing that Sunday, I may not live stream at all on Sunday. I better rethink my schedule here. Hang on. Sometimes I forget what I have planned. I can't do it on Saturday because my kids are scattery on Saturdays. One of them works every other Saturday, so we do it on Sundays. Oh, you're good, Vixie. If you're listening in, we still appreciate you giving us the listen. We do. We all got things to get up and do. There's sometimes I have to put it on my phone and just walk through the house because I have to go do a couple of things while the stream is going and letting the dog in or out or switching the laundry over or whatever. You know how we all have to do multitasking. Run around looking for batteries for 20 minutes. You never know what's going to happen over here. Like I've said, if you guys are searching for perfection, you might be at the wrong place, but we do the best we can. I don't ever want to be polished mainstream media. Ugh. What do you, did I miss what you're decorating for, Vixie? I might have missed that in the comments when I was talking or reading something earlier. Guys, Butterfly dropped the link in the chat. If you want to consider becoming a member, we appreciate you. If not, you could at least subscribe and hit the thumbs up. That always helps. We cover a lot of different cases here. We try to. I don't like getting stuck on one case and that being our thing for a year. My brain likes to consume too much true crime, right? So I cover, but I keep it to a couple at a time because there's too many. It's so overwhelming. You cannot cover them all and keep that content going. I don't want to be on here 24/7. I get tired, So We do cover a multitude of cases over here, though, to try to keep it interesting. Yep. We do seem to be a great bunch of multitaskers over here, Butterfly. We found our tribe, right? We're finding our people. That's what it's all about, finding like-minded people and just getting together and being a little community and talking true crime. And whatever else pops up. School is getting ready to be out over here for summer. Like, it surprised me. My son was talking about it. I was like, wait a minute. Grandson's getting out of school soon? He's like, yeah, Mom, like 2 weeks. I'm like, oh. He'll be here with me every day. Yes, I am in Miss Shorty's Discord. She has me a channel over there where I drop, well, most of the time I drop my lives there. I think I forgot this morning. I need to come in there more and hang out with you guys. I always don't just stop. I think part of my reason why I don't is because not like don't come into that one. I don't go into any. I ran Discords for 3 years, right, for NFT teams. Like I had to live in the Discord 24/7 almost. It was horrible, and yeah, I kind of got a little over the Discords at that point. But I do enjoy Miss Shorty's Discord. She's got a lot of great things in there. What is this? Tracy says, welcome in, Tracy, by the way. Cairo Jordan case goes to trial October 7th, 2025 in Washington County, Indiana. Little boy in suitcase. Oh, I remember that case, but it's Indiana. I don't care for that dang place. Oh, okay. I'll check it out, Vixie. Good to know. Good to know. I'll go over there and check that out. Hey, are you in there? I sent you a message. Did you see it, Joe? He is in the courtroom, counting down to the 90 minutes. He is boots on the ground today for Brandon's for the hearing in the Brandon case with Lori. I was wondering if you were going to cover it live or if you were going to go down to the courtroom. I've got it saved to my playlist to watch it after we get done today. I haven't decided if I want to go live tonight and talk about it. Let's talk later, Joe. So Joe is in a whole different time zone than most of us down there in Arizona, so he is waiting in line to get into the courtroom. And Butterfly found that document you shared. We went over that a few minutes ago, the one from Twitter, her filing wanting to have access to her team during lunch, which I don't hate. I don't have a problem with, but yeah. But we'll look forward to your update. Joe, are you going to be cutting to some Twitter updates? We'll troll you on Twitter like we did before on our breaks and lunchtime. It may work out when Lori's hearing starts. They may be at lunch over here and we can watch a little bit of it while it's live. We'll have to see. Well, I'm glad you got a good judge in Indiana because I fear those are hard to come by. Keep us posted. I'll look for updates and things of that nature, but I just got so done with Indiana with Delphi that I don't even feel like playing with them. There's Joe's channel in the link, guys. Butterfly just dropped it if you want to go over and check Joe's channel out and all the things. He boots on the ground in the Lori Vallow case. He was there every day for the trial. We were airing it here. Joe was live in the courtroom, and we would go troll his Twitter for updates during breaks and lunch and all the things and get whatever we could out of it. And then he would recap it at night. He would come on his channel and give a recap of the day's events. And I think he's planning to do the same thing with the Brandon trial, which should start soon. I think June or July, I can't remember. And we still got the OnlyFans. They are still on break. I need to go to the restroom, guys, and I hate to leave you with dead air for a moment, but I will be right back. Okay, somebody on Twitter. Okay, hold on. First of all, let me get Joe's update first. No line today, straight in, watching other cases first. Twitter updates today. We'll talk later. Okay, so not a long line today. That will probably increase as the trial draws more near. Not everybody's into those pretrial hearings like we are. That might be a good thing for you to get on in there, Joe. All right, so I'm reading an update here on Twitter, guys, about the testimony of Kaylee. And it says, this is a long post on her testimony. Niece takes the stand. She called him JJ. She was calm, well-spoken, every juror watching, most taking notes. Relationship was dependent on the day. Karen favored her brother. Oh, so the girl must have said that Karen favored her little brother, or I don't know which one's older. Karen would give her the cold shoulder. That's kind of the opposite of what I was hearing up to this point. Odd. JJ relationship with Karen changed at the end of, so John's relationship changed with Karen at the end of 21 into 2022. So this child knows all about these adults' situation? Huh. I didn't let my kids in on stuff like that. And not unless I had to sit them down and have a little talk with them about something, but no. Oh, goodness. They were fighting a lot. The more arguments towards night after lunch. So after lunch, going toward the nighttime, things would get intense. John and Karen would argue on the phone. John was frustrated. Karen was always loud, angry, and upset. Karen would not leave. She noticed there was tension. Well, you'd think you would notice tension if someone's not leaving the house. She noticed there was tension. Karen was cold to her. Karen caused fighting and tension and refused to leave the house. Is that all the child had to say? JJ wanted a relationship over, and then from 4:30 p.m. to 5 a.m. that morning, Karen said that morning, could I have done something? Again, could. Was he hit by a plow? Karen said, maybe I hit him. Jen McCabe was basketball coach. John and Jen were friends. This is good for Jen. What? This is good for Jen McCabe. John was friends with Carrie Roberts. Karen does not interact with niece or comfort her. For what? I can't stand when they give us partial testimony. I want the whole thing. It's not making no sense. I told y'all I'm not even going to take account to what these minor children say about this relationship, because I don't personally believe I can trust it. Not because they're children, but because they've been influenced. Either way, I don't know which way. They're still minors. They're children. I think they're off limits, period. I don't even care what they testify to. I read it because I was curious, but okay, we already know they fought a lot. So she just come in. All they can do so far is establish that John and Karen argued a lot. So Joe says, there we go. Opening arguments start June 2nd. I thought it was June or July. I couldn't remember for sure. I thought it was closer to June. If this trial is over by then, I may air that one as well. But I might need a break before Koberger's 3-monther gets here. I'll just be honest. I don't know. I don't imagine that Brandon's case will take near as long as Koberger's or Karen Reed's. Honestly, it's not the same. You got the defendant defending herself, and what has she got really to defend herself with, right? So I don't think it's going to take a real long time. No longer than her first trial took, which I felt took a little too long. There's stuff I didn't need to know about there either. Damn Nephi. Like he matters to me. I don't even know if the jury understood all that. Yeah, demons floating around everywhere. Okay, possessions. We get it. Yeah, the gull shit. Girl. Ugh. I just read a filing by accident this morning trolling the Twitter, and I don't even care. It's nothing to do with Rick Allen. It's totally unrelated to Rick Allen himself, but it does pertain to people who were involved with the case, and I'm so over it. Like, I can't trust anything in Indiana. Like, the people maybe that live there, but the government, the cops, all this, and there's nothing about Indiana I trust, or Kentucky, or Massachusetts. The list is growing, people. Y'all want to add to it? Who else can we not trust? Don't go down to Austin because you might end up in Lady Bird Lake and nobody's going to care. They'll say you slipped and fell. You was trying to stay warm. We should take a vote for the safest place to live. We'd all be like, there's no place safe anymore. I can't say I'm totally safe out here in the boonies because there'd be, every now and then, because I do live in a rural area and literally there's no homeless, there's nobody walking around, like nothing. If there's a random person walking down this road, you best believe I'm noticing it and I'm watching that person. Where are they going? What are they doing? They're near my area and I don't know them. I like living out here for that reason. I can gauge what's going on better. For real, Butterfly, no. Don't you be going down there near that lake, Butterfly. I don't even want to hear you saying, I might go take a stroll down the lake today. No, no, no. I can't have you disappearing, and I got to send Joe down there for real with his body cam to find you. You hear me, Joe? You got to go retrieve Butterfly when she gets lost down there. Right? Butterfly. There was shaking of the camera, so I think somebody bumped into it. Joe, how long do they believe that trial is going to go for Brandon? Do you know yet? They said estimated weeks on that. 4 weeks. What we got? All right, guys. Remember, tomorrow I will be taking a break from Karen Reed and covering the Koberger hearing. If it wraps up and doesn't take all day, I may jump back into Karen Reed for the rest of the day, but I'll slip it into the playlist using Law and Crime Stream, so it will still be there for any of you guys who want to go back and reference it and all the things. And that will be 10 a.m. Central Time, because Boise's an hour behind me and they go to court at 9 a.m. So yeah, 10 a.m. for me, 11 Eastern for all you guys on the East Coast. She's not. He went down there at night, girl, remember? And then when he hung up, got off the stream, I was on the phone with him, and then the random stuff started happening. Some guy approaching saying my wife is missing. We're like, I'm listening to this going, wait, you're literally down there covering missing people, and a guy's approaching you saying, my wife is missing. That was incredibly creepy. I was like, Joe, get to your hotel room, lock the doors, and let me know you got in there. Get out of there, dude. Run. He had a couple of strange encounters down there after midnight. You know the old saying, nothing good happens after midnight, right? That was Joe's cue to go. Get to safety, mister. Bad things happen down here. So in case you guys don't know, Joe and I and Butterfly, we've covered the Lady Bird Lake cases. We've done a lot of that. I think Joe and I were switching back and forth between the channels. And so there's coverage here. There's coverage on Joe's channel as well. Joe did take a trip down there, and he was boots on the ground and took us to a lot of different places down there of interest and showed us a lot of great things about the area. So if you're interested, go check that out on Joe's playlist. You can see it all from there. He was also boots in the ground over in the Delphi case. He wasn't at trial every day, but he did make it a couple of days, and he also went and visited the Monon High Bridge, and he's got video of that on his channel as well. Invaluable stuff there. He's got some really great footage of Delphi because he makes it all the way to the crime scene by the bridge where the girls came down. You can really get a good feel. I've seen a lot of videos of the area, right? But you really get a good feel of that steep climb from up above, up at the bridge, down the hill. You get all of that. So, and I was able to get a perspective from Joe's view that I hadn't really got before, and that's how steep the second down the hill would be, meaning you go down the hill, you cross the private drive, you go down another hill to get to the creek. So I'm like, which down the hill were we going down when that down the hill was said? I know everybody tells me it was up on the bridge, but I don't know. The freaks come out at night. Girl, you know what? This big old full moon was just did y'all see it last night? The moon I saw was huge and orange, and it was a full moon in Scorpio. My grandbaby was feeling that little Scorpio energy. Let me tell you, I was feeling it for a little bit myself. The moon was beautiful last night, though. And they say about them full moons, that's when the real crazies come out. The police will tell you that. The hospitals will tell you. The ER trips are up. It's crazy. There's like something to the full moon that affects people, which I know that because I'm an energy person, but it's incredibly funny that a full moon comes out, strange things start to happen. He has seen more in that area than you. Good. You stay away from down there. You're only allowed to go if you go in pairs and you go in the daylight, okay? And don't walk past some of them little sketchy places I saw. Got too many victims falling in there with for no good reason. Oh, I wonder if that other account had... Uh-oh, we got a little movement back in the courtroom.
Put back in session meeting.
Are they going to sidebar? Hurry up, ma'am. Get on over there. Uh-oh. Were they holding off at the door? He closed the door. He's like, oh, you're not coming in here. Get out. That was weird. Sorry, I was thinking about that for a minute. Like, who were they shooing away, and why'd they shut the door? Like, get out of here. You're not allowed in here. Oh, okay, butterfly. I get you. There's parts of my town that I don't venture into very often. I know they're there, but I don't go there a lot. We got a beautiful area around the water to go walking around and doing all the things. I just don't go down there a lot. It's not exactly on the beach, it's on like the bay, so I'd rather just go out to the beach instead, but it is pretty down there. It's not a place I usually venture off into. Although I should sometimes, because there's really great restaurants and music and things of all that going on, but I'm just not a people person, so I just stay home. Like, I should go, but then I'm like, nah, it's too much trouble. It's all good. Oh, butterfly, I'm going to need that coffee in a minute that I didn't get this morning, because I think I'm starting to feel the effects that I didn't have that full-on coffee caffeine thing going on. But I feel better, so I think I can handle it now.
Counsel.
Rise to the jury.
Exhibit II for ID.
Thank you.
That guy that just testified also worked the Birchmore case. Oh my gosh. Yesterday, where the top cop was and his wife, who was a detective, were drunk, driving, pizza falling out of their mouths. They were so drunk. We were looking at police corruption yesterday, and Arizona was in there.
School is in session. Please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please?
Nice butterfly. Smart move, right?
Yeah, proceed, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
Wow.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirection.
Sorry?
No redirection.
Okay, thank you. All right, you're all set, Sergeant. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay.
So he didn't go photograph any of that evidence that Proctor was out there finding along the way. Not one single time. Noted. Those were all the dates that they found evidence. Allegedly.
Excuse me.
You solemnly swear the evidence before the court, the jury, and the case now and here, and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. It moves on to assisting in the lab and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services Section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the Crime Scene Services Section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services Section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
And do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So, once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
And was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow, so there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out, and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to and address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
You're showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes.
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. It's coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes.
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
Yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 are of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibits.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, One Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph.
So you're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at One Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at One Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at One Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me, because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time, who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there, there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report?
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos, and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case now here true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Ryan Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
Mm-hmm. So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Needham Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
I'll allow that.
No. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department? No. Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police? No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You consider stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers, and there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2, and that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3, and that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of, and basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and making, analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you.
Yes.
You need to see these?
Well, thank you, Mr. Brown.
I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'll move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They were showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140.
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, I'm not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass in the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Darn right, we don't object. We going somewhere with this later. Just wait. Rachel.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there another sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure. If you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Are they saying that was part of John's cocktail glass? Because that wasn't red.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
And could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch. That's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just want to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P-176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent?
Oh no, not the wheel of death. What the heck's going on? Let me check their feed too. Hold on, guys. So sorry. There we go. It cleared up.
You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Did it have a root?
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Testing hair samples is hard. Do we have a root or not? I need to know.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please. 144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
Yes. This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box, and then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Yeah, she's real CSI, dude. She's not letting your cop one piece. Look, this is Maureen Firefly. Good morning. Let me move the banner out of the way, girl. So you can see. Maureen Harnett. She was the crime lab person. Took photos of the SUV at Sallyport and all that. You haven't missed too terribly much, Firefly. Boring morning so far. In my opinion.
You could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box.
See how she opened up all that packaging before she gloved up and took out the evidence, but the cops couldn't. None of them
I would
did
move
that.
this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
There are additional items in that box as well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so in your bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
She's like, this is on y'all, ma'am, not on me.
Yes, why don't you call in? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here? All right, jurors, the lunch is here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes.
50 minutes.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Of course.
Let me get that screen down before Jesse flies in there and scares us all again. Or me, at least. Oh, yeah, they're going to hide. Look, they got no choice but to try to hide Proctor as long as they can hide him, but it is not going to work. So this random hair they found on the back of this car. Now, remember, I'm fully aware that Proctor called her down there, so a lot of things could have been done before. This CSI lady, she's on the up and up. I've got no reason. She didn't do anything. She came, photographed, did her job, and she left. But what caused all that damage? She was photographing. That's a whole other story. But this hair. So I know enough about hair testing to know a few things. I need to know if there's a follicle attached. I need to know the length of that hair and the color of that hair. Because it absolutely, is it Karen Reed's hair? Is it John's hair? Did it fly out the window and land back there? Did it fall off somebody else's car? Did Carrie shed DNA when she was walking around out there near Karen's car? Over at John. It's a lot of things. Could have been anybody's darn hair. Did they bring up that hair first trial? Anybody Curious. Because I got to remember, I'm coming from those jurors, living in that area, they have to know something about this case. They can't be totally blind. I've just got to be honest about that. They cannot be totally in the dark and blind. There's too much going around their own hometown about all of this. So, but do they know all things? I doubt it. Some people don't pay attention to the news, even when really horrendous stuff's going down in their community. I don't even watch my own local news. My kid has to come and tell me what's happening in our town, right? So I don't feel like everybody knows everything. So I'm just curious about that hair. How could you tell, Vixie, really? Because I was looking and I was like, I can't even hardly tell what kind of hair that was, right? From our vantage point. I couldn't tell anything about its density, its coarseness, nothing. Its length. You remember that hair was in the first trial, but they didn't ever prove it was John O'Keefe's, did they? That's what I'm getting at. Prove to me that hair matched John O'Keefe. Still doesn't mean she hit him, but you need to prove that to me if you want me to buy your story. She hit him, right? Is that his hair then? If not, what are we doing here about this hair? Why are we discussing it if it's no count? Hopefully they will question why she. Well, hopefully they'll question how come those two CSI or guys with the cameras weren't called back on February 10th, 11th, and 18th to photograph what was being found as it was being found. Hey, stop everything. Get CSI down here. Get us some cameras. We got to document all these taillight pieces we're finding everywhere. No, we don't need to photograph them after all. Come on, guys. It looked thicker to you. I couldn't see it. I was trying. I was like, I see a lot of stuff going on. I mean, I kind of saw the hair, but I couldn't see it in any kind of detail for me to make out anything. Yeah, I've heard his DNA was found on the back of that car. What kind of DNA? Touch transfer. Well, here I go with the touch and transfer. It's not like his sheath was found at a crime scene. So that is different than touch or, so the car being in his yard all the time, did he touch it at any given point, right? When did he touch the car? What kind of DNA we talking here? Finger, skin cells, or bodily fluids? All those things have to come into question. So the defense wasn't objecting, so I'm like, they got an angle, and I'm here for it to see which way they go with it. Yeah. Yeah, that touch transfer has been a big debate for a long time, especially if you follow the Idaho case, but there's a big difference. Rex Heuermann's DNA, his wife's DNA was transfer DNA, right? The hairs that ended up on his victims from his wife. If she wasn't in the room when he did those murders, then it's transferred from his vehicle or home to his victims because they were all up in his house and all up in his car, which so is his wife. There you go. Because even his wife was concerned in the beginning. Why is my hair on these victims? How does that happen? Calm down, lady. We'll explain it in a minute. Yeah, this lady it's obvious to me from the testimony we've just seen so far. This lady shows up to the Sally Port after the fact. She's just there doing her job, doing what the other cops are telling her to do, as she always does. So that's the thing about these conspiracies. Not everybody is touched or affected. Not everybody who comes to testify for the state is going to be involved in this major conspiracy cover-up. It's just not. It's not feasible. Some of these players are on the up and up, and they just got duped by others, maybe. Like, even though the little salt shaker lady with her phone stuff, and I didn't find her offensive. I just felt she was doing her job. Had some discrepancies on her Celebrite and her old company's programs. That was about all I determined from her. Other than that, she was quite boring and long. I guess Joe made it in the courtroom, guys, for that hearing he was going for. I'll just go check his Twitter real quick because I was going to pull up something for us to take a look at in the meantime. I got my coffee now, so I'm managing to drink this first cup and feel okay. Tummy settled down. Then I started reading stuff about other cases while I was listening to her boring testimony for a minute. So 15 minutes ago, Joe is reporting that there is some confusion regarding the television broadcast. Court TV is borrowing Fox 10's camera, but using their own broadcast equipment. Lord, let them people work that out. Goodness. Apparently another true crime channel tried to bring their own equipment without prior permission. Well, that's their bad. There's some rogue people out there who think they're all media all of a sudden. We're all media. We all deserve media access. No, I'm just a lady on the YouTube. Yeah, we went over it here this morning, Rachel. It's a nothing burger. She just wants access to her team during lunch, and I don't have a problem with it, honestly. Let her have at it. It's not going to do her much good. A lot of defendants have lunch with their team. It's not like it's, especially ones who aren't incarcerated, so it's not a big deal to me. But yeah, we went over that this morning. Lori doesn't have access to computers and typewriters, guys. These handwritten motions are for a reason. She has her little iPad. So Lori got to do what Lori got to do. That's not her first handwritten motion for sure. For sure. And they have not started her court yet. So what did he say? Fox 10 was the other people in there. I bet you Court TV is like all bummed out. What? We got to share with who? They do. They got Fox 10 stuff listed on their thing. That was funny. Says it starts in 31 minutes, so I'm going to save that for me to watch later if we're not. Let me do that. Get that out of the way now that I know where it's at. Okay. Oops. There. Put it there so I know where it's at. Okay. Now, yeah, Rachel, they just think they can do with a rogue out there. Everybody's a damn media personality these days, right? 28 seconds ago, Joe reported, and this is concerning the Brandon Boudreaux case with Lori Vallow. She has a hearing today. After a fairly quiet morning docket with only attorneys and defendants, court staff, and me, you were the only one there? Like nobody else found it important? The gallery is filling up and buzzing. Miss K appears to be in a great mood. That's the prosecuting attorney appears to be in a great mood. I don't know them people personally. I see several families and faces. Okay. So yeah, nothing's happened in Lori's case yet. They're still sitting there waiting on Miss Lori's. I'll be so glad when that last trial is over. So tired of looking at that woman. We got too many other things to cover. It's like, lady, you got greedy with the cases, didn't you? You had 4. Gee whiz. Okay. Let's share this video, guys. Okay, this was a piece from Duty Ron that I saw last night. I don't know if how many of you guys saw it. For those of you who didn't, I was going to share it. A little experiment he did.
You're not going to break that, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I am.
John says in the chat, please don't break it. I need that.
You need that, John? Okay. I'm just going to tap it. Nothing.
Rachel, do you? I don't look at Lori's docket because apparently Joe says they want you to pay for documents, and I'm not paying the state of Arizona to read that woman's documents, right? I'll let somebody else do it and release it. So I don't have a prosecution list, but why would Chad be called? Is he going to throw Lori under the bus? He wasn't even involved in the Brandon Boudreaux stuff. So, or not to the point where he needed to come, so I don't know. I don't know why he would testify for the prosecution unless he's about to throw his wife under the bus, who his wife is still going to bat for him, saying, Jesus is going to exonerate both of us. She never threw him under the bus. So if Chad comes and throws her under the bus, oh ho ho, Lord, he better watch out and crawl into his portal. Lori ain't going to take too kindly to that. Okay.
Just talk about this lens real quick and how things break. Okay, folks, this is a plastic fork, but I just want to explain how forces work and how things break. Okay, the physics of this. So where my thumbs are represents what would be a force being applied to it. Now, as I bend this, the side by my thumbs is under compression. The opposite side is under tension. So if an arm is going to hit a solid object like this taillight,
that's a big
lens,
one.
Okay, and it's going, you got a force coming back and then another force impacting this. The energy is going to cause the lens to break inward towards the housing. So what breaks first? The side under compression where my thumbs are, or the side on tension on the opposite side? And the answer is with a tail lens, with a lens like this, if you're going to have a crack in here, it has support around the edges, okay? And that support is going to offer some resistance. So if I hit impact here, okay, with enough force to crack this, so this side is pushing in, and the opposite side of my finger is under tension, the inside of this lens is going to break first. But up here, it can also crack because the inside is resisting. The inside, the force is going this way outward, is under tension, under compression rather, and the opposite side on this side is under tension, under compression. So if I take this hammer,
you're not going to break that, are you?
Oh, I am.
John says in the chat, please don't break it. I need that.
You need that, John? Okay. You got a 2015 Toyota?
Ed, do you have safety goggles on?
I have my glasses on. But
right.
Look, I'm just gonna tap it. Nothing. Okay? Nothing. How hard do you think I have to hit this to break this?
Pretty damn hard.
Nothing.
That's a hammer, ladies and gentlemen.
All right? Now I'm going to really hit it. Nothing. It didn't crack. If I really have to swing this thing to crack this.
And you woke up your whole household.
Yeah, no, I'm surprised Kara's not barking right now. Yeah. Okay?
Jesus.
Polycarbonate.
Yeah.
Okay? So, I mean, if I really want to, I can really take a swing at it and get it to crack.
Right. If you had it on the table behind you, but we get the idea of what you're trying to show here. It takes a massive amount of force to do what they are suggesting John O'Keefe's arm and his body did. And where would the damage be? I mean, all of the injuries that he would have if he did break that would be so much more than what he had.
And you don't have to have a PhD in physics to know this, right?
You go.
If you remember your basic high school physics, equal but opposite reaction. So if the tail light busted like that, his arm would have busted like that.
Absolutely.
You ever see those movies where somebody gets shot and they go flying across or get blown way back after being shot? You ever see those ridiculous movies where shit like that happens? Okay. Well, guess what? If a person being hit with a bullet then flies 5 feet through the air, well, the person that fired that bullet is going to fly 5 feet in the air in the opposite direction. That's just physics. And that doesn't happen. What's portrayed in Hollywood is just sensationalism. And that doesn't happen, does it?
Okay, that's the next video. We'll pull that up. I just had a package delivered, I think. Yeah, I'll get it in a minute. Okay. Yeah, they're great, aren't they, Rachel? So I know some of you are familiar with them. Butterfly, you guys seen some of their work. They're great. They've done a lot in, experimentation of different cases. But that was a good one. I saw that yesterday. I was like, that's something we're to take a look at here, because we all knew that it takes a good amount of force to shatter or crack. Hitting John's car could have cracked the taillight. I cannot deny that. I mean, if I go denying certain things that are logically explained to me, then I'm going to say that I don't need to be on here anymore. But I can crack during a bump with another vehicle. I get that. But for him to smash it to all the pieces that it came to, that's a lot of force, right? It's crazy. So if Proctor actually busts that taillight out in the Sally port, what did he use to bust it out with? You take a big old sledgehammer and say, watch this. Y'all move, that hammer's not working. I got the sledgehammer. My goodness. And they didn't, and that glass they found on the back of Karen's SUV, are they going to try to say that was cocktail glass? Or pieces of the white taillight lens that fell? And how that stuff stayed up there on that 40-minute ride, right? From Karen's parents all the way over to Canton PD. A little ridiculous. I know when they loaded up Tiffany Daniels' car on Pensacola Beach, Florida, when they found it after she had been missing for nearly a week, and they finally found her car, a friend spotted it in the parking lot who was out there bike riding, called the authorities, called her mom. They load that thing up on the back of a tow truck, didn't secure it, didn't set up CSI, didn't do nothing to that vehicle but drive it up on a flatbed, haul it all the way across Pensacola Beach, all the way across the 3-mile bridge into town and down to the impound yard. And guess where it sits today? Outside in the elements, full of mold. Great job. Great job. I'm so over these low-life cops doing shitty jobs. Crowbar, good idea, girl. Them crowbars do some damage, don't they? Always pick one up out of your yard if you randomly see one laying around. My mom she's always in the back of my mind, right? And I used to have a roommate where I lived at her house. And one day I went to the store and I came back and there was a crowbar her nephew had left out in the yard. And I thought to myself, you should pick that crowbar up and go put it away, because anybody can use that as a weapon, especially a stranger entering your yard. But I just went on about my business and ignored it. 2 days later, her son gets whacked in the head with that same crowbar by the guy down the street when they got into a fight in the yard, and that guy picks it up out of our own yard and whacks him in the head. I thought, man, I got to start listening to my gut all the time, not just some of the times. I knew to pick that damn crowbar up and go put it away. But I didn't leave it there, and I was just being lazy, and I was like, forget it. I was right. Cracked his skull a little bit there. Yeah, there's no telling what he used, right, to bust that up with, if that's what happened. I'm still finding it hard to believe that thing shattered, and they found all that glass all them days later, and nobody came to document it. I got a problem with undocumented evidence. I don't care what case I'm covering and how I feel about the guilt or innocence. I can't allow that to go unchecked in anybody's case, because Because if we ignore it in one case, we got to ignore it in them all, and I'm just not down for all that nonsense. I don't fluctuate and wishy-wash myself. Karen's car is driven into the tow truck. Did that driver put it on protection? I can't even blame the tow truck drivers for doing anything wrong. They're doing what they're ordered to do or asked to do. Load this vehicle, drive it, it's up to the cops to make those decisions. Do we process here? Do we tint it? Do we cover it up? Do we put it in a flatbed? Do we need a hauler? What do we need to do? But they're like, nah, cool, it could possibly be used to murder a man, but let's just throw it up here on this flatbed and 40 minutes across town and all the elements happening. I'm not cool with that. I mean, what's a tow truck? The tow truck driver wasn't CSI, right? So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. He probably wasn't asked to put on protection. Doesn't matter. They didn't get any DNA of John's on the inside of her car. We just heard the lady testifying to that. No usable fingerprints. So, still, I'm going to hold the police accountable for what they allow to happen. Just like they're the ones that allowed Tiffany's car to be hauled up and loaded up and hauled across town without doing any kind of processing to it before that happened. Crime Scene 101, my word. Let's review this one more time, guys, because remember, Higgins claims he goes down there to move a car, right? Move the cars around. This like one vehicle he moved, if he moved it at all, and he's just walking around the rest of the time. I don't even know what he's doing, talking on the phone, looks into this one vehicle, goes inside, goes into the office. What are you doing, Higgins? We're going to watch it again because we only got to see the clip as it played in court. Well, the tow truck drivers don't normally photograph cars, guys. Even when they come out to pick your car up, it's literally not on the tow truck guy, right? It's literally not his fault. It's all on the cops who said, "Hey, load this up and drive it across town." He's like, "Okay, I'm just here to do my job." So he gets out, he's gonna get on that phone. He's not making no phone calls or doing anything shady, but he's on the phone right now. Did y'all see that? I got you, butterfly. Yeah, I get it, Vixie. You think maybe if a car wreck or something, even in car wrecks, I've never seen tow truck. I know a lot of tow truck drivers in my area. They don't routinely photograph them, They might want to for liability purposes. Oh, I don't know nothing about all that. I don't dive into Turtle Boy. I accidentally read something earlier and it was apparently a fake post, so I have no interest whatsoever. Don't come at me with your confusing, I gotta decipher if this is real or not. That's not cool. He's on that phone again, guys. And that's the phone he got rid of, right? The SIM card taken to the military base and disposed of after he was allowed to take his own phone extractions, walk through the process. We got problems with that, sir. And Chief Berkowitz didn't mind you been out drinking all night, but he still wanted you to go by and stop and move cars? Oh, that's right, because y'all used to all that. Apparently y'all drink on the job as well. They must sell a ton of alcohol in Massachusetts, guys. Are they like one of the number one consumers in the country? That'd be an interesting statistic. What areas of the country consume the most alcohol? Places I don't want to visit. It's hard enough to contend with straight people, let alone drunk people. Karen Reed supporters. Yeah, well, I don't even know if he's been there or not. I don't normally look for him. I don't think about him a lot because I don't follow his stuff. It's just like they're moving the supporters down the road. There's a lot of people up in arms about that because of the freedoms that the judge took away from them. They have the right to assemble and the right to assemblize and do their protesting, right? They have that right. But the buffer zone situation, like I'm not, ugh, there's a lot. At some point with some of these cases, I have to literally turn off all the noise to focus on really what's being done in court. And I think I'm there with this case because there's a lot of crazy stuff out there. A lot of it's interesting, a lot of it's good, some of it's like, some of it's like, why are you trying to make it something that it's really not when we've already got enough bad? I don't need y'all to go and embellish stuff to make me get on board, I just don't. Moving cars for a department. Yes. Thank you, Butterfly. He's not even employed at this department. He just got an office because his trauma bond buddy gave him one. Look, there he goes moving that one car. Like it was in the way of the snowplow. That's what they told him to go do. Go move the car so they can snowplow the parking lot. Why don't y'all just have Higgins do it while he's there in his little Jeep? Save y'all some money. He got nothing better to do. He's got no woman at home. Jump in your Jeep, start plowing, plowboy. Why did they give him an office in that department, right? Here, ATF agent, come down here and have your own. So you got 2 offices, sir? Do you got one at the ATF and one at Canton with full reign? Makes me wonder how many people our departments have set up inside their departments. Like I need to go down there and ask some questions. I'm gonna call up my sheriff's department. Do y'all give ATF agents their own office? How does that work? They did, Rachel. I know there was they did there was some court filings about that, right? So Rachel says Bev has 48 hours to fix the buffer zone. Nothing to fix except move it closer. There's literally nothing to fix except say, I made a mistake. You guys can come in a little closer, but I don't even know if it's necessary. The jury, to me, that's one of the slippery slopes I don't like to walk on, it doesn't matter to me if they're out there or not. There were reports last time and then so one juror reported they could hear the supporters yelling, all that stuff. And the other juror says, no, that's not true. We didn't hear any of that. So that is apparently why she allegedly moved them down, right? I don't buy that. I think it's because the court got fed up. And I'll be honest with you, when I saw all that mess taking place last year, I was like, man, what do we got, a spectacle here? Is it really, are we going to see this in Koberger's trial? There's a lot of people out there defending that guy. So people going to go do them. I don't get involved in that part of it. It's weird to me. I can sit right here at my desk and support you all day long. I can tweet it out. I can put it out on the streets. We can do whatever we want, but I don't know. Now, if it was close to home, who's to say? I might change my mind and go down there and be right up on the middle of that mix. It all depends. So I don't hold it against those people down there wanting to support and protest at all. They are completely okay to sit where they need to sit with this case. I do not mind. Yeah, I don't know if the ATF even knew, right? Did the ATF even know he had a legit office hanging out down there? Was it a secret? ATF just like, we don't care as long as you do your ATF job, buddy. I agree. I completely agree. You can't take the rights away. They have the right to assemble. That's in the damn Constitution, right? She just decided they was just a little too close. Now, if they're down there, if they're all out there yelling at each other, come on, we're adults. Stop it. Children could be watching, your own children. But do they need to see adults on the side of a courthouse, yan, back and forth at each other? Is that going to solve anything? I just thought that was a little too much because I saw people being yelled at and people being harassed and going at each other and all. It's like, that's a lot of stuff. I don't know, Butterfly, if it will or not. Ada County ain't going to play around. Like, they're just not going to play around. This might be Canton's first high profile case, second time around, but Idaho's done been through this twice before. They got this, you know what I mean? So I don't know. We didn't have all that with the other cases. Then again, it was Lori and Chad who's going to protest their bullshit. But we'll see how it works out. There's already rules in place about what you can wear and not wear in court and decorum and all that. They're going to try to keep it sane. And I promise you, when the Koberger case gets in full tilt, I will ignore the hell out of the drama and the hoopla surrounding it. Mm-mm. Yeah, there was a lot of reasons why they moved them people, but I mean, you go out there and do your thing, but just don't cross a darn line. We can't say that's acceptable when we know for real it's really not good behavior, but people's emotions get the best of them, and it is what it is. I mean, hell, we get emotional just watching the trial. Like, we want to scream at these people. Why are you lying on the stand? You know? Just because I'm not one to go down there and protest doesn't mean I don't want them to. They can go have at it. Yeah. So this guy just doing nothing. Just, I don't even know what he's supposed to be doing anymore, guys. And they're going to show him walk into the court, into the thing. Like, why did he spend so much time out there doing nothing? Was talking on the phone again? And why climb into this truck for? Why was it unlocked? Did you have a key fob? Did you press beep beep? Or do y'all just have a habit of leaving y'all's stuff unlocked out there in the police department yard? He didn't double click to open the back door. Did you lock it back? I don't see lights flickering. Dude ain't locking that truck. Is he gonna go get in? You grab something. And he's gonna walk. He should be walking toward the building here in a few minutes, right? To go inside. Oh, there he is again. He's still got something in his hand. You can tell. I can't tell what kind of car it was, Butterfly, from this. I just could see the headlights moving on it when he moved it, but I couldn't even begin to tell you what kind of car it was. So he just walking around deciding, do I want to move this one? Do I want to move that one? Playing around in the cold snow. He's probably not too cold. He's full of whiskey. Now he goes down along the passenger side of his Jeep. Now he's at the back of it. What are you doing back there? Now you back around the side. You walked all the way around your Jeep. Can we get him on the stand to testify as to what he was doing out here? Inquiring minds want to know. You think he's just trying to be seen? Well, he's making himself real seen, isn't he? He's like taking his time and frolicking around in the middle of the night. You go, Higgy. You go, boy. And I heard him say in court something about whiteout. This was a whiteout condition. I'm like, but I can see pretty clearly. I mean, I get it. I'm from Florida. I don't know whiteout, but that don't look like a whiteout condition. Who did what? Video Jesus. Who's that? enhance these. Who was that I just got that from? That was somebody's Twitter that I saw, or not Twitter, but it was on my YouTube feed this morning. I don't know Video Jesus. Does he alter stuff a lot or just enhance? I'm gun shy since Delphi. I want to see everything in raw form first, and then I go look at the enhanced, right? Because sketchy business. I don't mind looking in enhanced once I've seen the raw footage. Where did that go? Oh, I'm on the wrong day. Uh-oh. I was trying to see exactly who did that video we just watched. Oh, Uninterrupted. Oh, it was Video Jesus. There you go. That's the one we just watched, Rachel. I didn't realize that. When you said the name, I was like, let me go see who that was we just watched. Okay, so this was... I didn't even realize that. Hashtag Video Jesus. Okay. So that's his enhanced version we just watched, Rachel. Right. It's no whiteout conditions. I even heard them say that on the damn witness stand. Somebody couldn't see the video good, because of the whiteout. And I'm like, whiteout? My butt. We can see it pretty clearly. I mean, I can see everything through this falling snow, Lord have mercy. That's who that was. They got a lot of videos out there, Rachel, that we should check out sometimes. Sally Port Video Fundamentals. What's that? Oh, it's a girl. Girl is Video Jesus. Hell, hey, girl, hey. Okay. Let's see what she's got on this one. Thanks, Rach. I love my mods. Okay, let's watch this one, guys.
Try to do this in a one-hit wonder, give you a little bit of Video Basics 101, just so everybody can kind of follow what I'm saying in the Sally Port. So let's get started. So this is just going to be a basic tutorial that we'll do tonight and some of the basic foundations that we're going to be talking about, which is going to include frame rates, compression, coding, and decoding. It's also going to include group of pictures. So I'm just going to give you a good basic foundation. So some of the research and background that went into this, I originally was really interested in the Sally Port camera after I saw this in trial. My mother lives in Massachusetts. She sent me this crazy trial about Karen Reed and how a video was altered. And I looked at it in 100% at the time, like, this is edited. And I do have a compression background, video engineering background, and I've also been in the production field for over 20 years. So I did see this video and 100%, I was fairly certain off the bat that it was altered. But anything with editing, kind of put in all the factors at hand. And that includes the camera, what it was filmed with, knowing what the sensor, different lighting situations, including overexposure, underexposure, how the lens functions in regards to aperture. So a lot of these security cameras have fixed apertures. And then in relation to of what the frame rate settings are. So we saw a lot of ghosting images, which is actually very well explained in regards to compression and how that compression works in forms of GOP. So we'll be discussing that tonight. So let's get started. All right, so let's talk about frame rates. I know this is not microdots. It's a little nerdy, so bear with me, but let's get the basics down first. So frame rate, simply put, is a number of frames or images that appear per second of a video. And the frame rate is really measured by what we call FPS, so frames per second. The more frames in each second of a video, the smoother the action. On the other hand, the fewer frames could also result in key or motion blur. Many security cameras allow users to adjust the recording frame rate. Lowering the frame rate can improve the network streaming and conserve storage space. Conversely, the higher the frame rate, the better the quality, but also the larger file size that the video is going to be. So think of it this way: the lower the frame rate, the lower the file size. The higher the frame rate, the larger the file size. So if I was in a non-linear editing software program like Premiere, I had a 15 frame per second video and I put it into a 2997 sequence or even higher, what's going to happen when we get into the GOP in the next slide is going to add frames in the export. So adding frames to 15 frames per second. So if it's 15 frames per second, I export it to 2997, is going to add frames to each second. But what we're going to do now is we're going to watch a simplified explanation, just showcasing some of the different frame rates that security cameras have the capability of doing per the user settings. So let's play this video.
The purpose of this video is to compare various recording frame rates that can be used in closed-circuit television and network IP-based video surveillance systems. This is a side-by-side comparison of video that was recorded at 30, 15, 7.5, 5, and 1 frame per second. When planning a video surveillance system, the frame rate that the DVR and cameras support is one of many things to consider. In our experience, recording between 7.5 and 15 frames per second is the most common. This is because very little quality is lost, as you could see here. Once you start going below 7.5 frames, the choppiness is much more noticeable to the human eye.
So in a nutshell, that's what we're talking about as far as frame rates and recording. So access cameras, you can film anywhere from 1 to 0.997 frames per second. Why is this important? And this really goes into what we're going to be talking about next, which is wrappers and flavors. We're referring to the encoding and decoding process. And we'll get into that in this one. So what is compression? So
got it?
a video codec shrinks or compresses a digital file to be more easily stored and distributed. Codecs have two main components, an encoder and a decoder, that works together to make a video file size more manageable. An encoder, the encoder is part of the codec that handles the actual compression of the file. And this is what we refer to as a codec flavor. There are many flavors across the board. A decoder is a component of a video codec which prepares the file for viewing after it's gone through the compression. It decompresses it into a specific video container. And we call this, and we will refer to this as a file wrapper. And so just to put this in more of an analogy, let's imagine a world without video codecs. Uncompressed audio and video files can take a huge amount of storage, especially for lengthy recordings. Without video codecs, you'd essentially have to wait minutes or even hours to watch videos on YouTube because of the enormous file size. And this is what codecs and wrappers help us with in order for us to stream better, to store files better, and to be able to get better quality in what we're exporting and encoding and decoding. So a codec uses an algorithm that determines the best way to shrink the size of your video file while still keeping everything intact. So let's get into codec flavors. So there are many different type of codec flavors, and that includes H.264 and more recently the H.265, which is the HEVC, high efficiency video encoding codec flavor. Other types include AV1, MPEG-4, MPEG-2, VP9. So these codecs really refer to how the video stream itself is compressed and encoded, and essentially how the stuff, quote, stuff, in data is laid out in the box container. Common codecs include H.264, which is really what we're talking about in the Sally port. Get into video wrappers. So I just want you to think of video wrappers as containers, different formats for wrapping a package. Just like you might use a cardboard box padded with an envelope or gift wrap to package an item. Video containers wrap up the encoded video streams in different ways depending on their use. You're probably familiar with image formats like JPEG. Similarly, video files use special formats. Some of the most common packaging formats are MP4, MOV, and AVI containers. Now let's get to MP4, which is more widely supported container that focuses more on live streams. So just think of Vimeo or YouTube, Twitter, Meta. They all use MP4s in a lot of their decode and encode. So when we're talking about Echovision, which is a lot of what I posted about, records a video in an H.264 flavor, which is what our last slide was about, was more of the codecs. And this records and uses a proprietary wrapper, which is called an EVX. And that's when we go to codec wrappers. So an EVX is a proprietary wrapper that Echovision uses to, again, wrap the video stream. It's then packaged into an EXE, and this format packages the video data along with a built-in player, allowing the player on Windows systems without requiring additional software, which is kind of what we also saw in court with the pre-screenshots that I posted on Twitter. But this is essentially at the foundation where the Sally port, in addition to how it functions with Echovision, is recorded and how it's also exported. And this is particularly useful in sharing clips with users that do not have Echovision installed. So I just want to put that out there for the people that are wondering how all of these things are related. This is the two foundations of how all of these things come together in one EXE. So now let's get to group of pictures, which is a very complicated technical concept, but it's actually pretty easy to understand when you gotta get down to the nitty-gritty of it. Group of pictures is composed of IBP frame structure. Different codecs, which we call flavors, have different algorithms that determine this. There's long form GOP and then there's short form GOP. About GOP, the I frame is used to predict the first P frame, and these two frames are also used to predict the first and second B frame. Okay, so I know what you're thinking. This is super confusing. So let's break down what an I frame is, a P frame is, and a B frame is. DOP, the first frame behaves like a complete picture, such as a photograph. It is able to be encoded and decoded on its own. Everything necessary to display it is inside the I frame. So think of this as a full picture. P frames and B frames are more what we would like to refer to as motion frames. Now let's talk about a P frame. So P frame means predicted frame. These frames only save the difference motion vectors between themselves and the former frame, usually the I frame. This significantly reduces the file size as most video sequences exhibit significant redundancies between frames due to movement. This is also called temporal redundancy, and we will get to this when we start talking about.
Sorry, guys, I'm just going to ask you guys, did any of you know Tully had been removed from the head of CPAC? Because apparently people on Twitter didn't know it either, and it just came out in court, which prompted a sidebar. So people are just finding out about that through this testimony, apparently. I thought that was interesting.
The ghosting frame artifacts that we've seen in the Sally port. Now let's talk about B frames, bi-predictive frames. The B frames are more densely compressed than the P frames, and they are more compressed by taking information not only from the preceding times, but also from the future times within the GOP. These frames can achieve the highest compression ratio, but it should also be noted that B frames are also the most dependent on the surrounding frames for accurate decoding, which is why B frames arguably is one of the most important frames because they are such densely compressed. So let's talk about GOP length. A short GOP length will generally help improve video quality, improve random access and error resilience, and make the video easier to edit since it has more frequent iframes. The more iframes in a video will allow more points for clean cuts. Remember this. More points for clean cuts and edits without depending on many subsequent frames. However, shorter form GOP will use more bits and bit rate to maintain a higher quality. And this is important to note when we're looking at security camera footage. Long form GOP is generally better for compression. It produces smaller file sizes or a lower bit rate at the expense of potentially decreased error resilience and fewer opportunities for the user to do edits. So again, if we're going back to types of GOP, short length GOP is really great for editing. It will provide more clean cuts without depending on many subsequent frames. Long form GOP, which is where we add more P and B frames, is going to decrease the file size and achieve a lower bit rate, but it's going to be at the expense of potential decrease in error resilience and fewer opportunities for the user to do edits. So it's really important to note in the Sally port. And that's really important to know of why we can see these clear cuts where the picture does not make sense as a form of, even if this was just natively exported, right? The one downside of GOP is compression and temporal artifacts. Iframes, like complete standalone photos, every frame contains a full image. They're reliable, resistant to visual errors over time, but do require more storage, which we covered. So there are some codecs that will do all iframes, which is great. The picture is awesome, but the file size is massive, and it is massive for playback, and it's just not really practical in everyday use, especially in particular for a security camera. This H.264 codec. So when we start talking about P and B frames in relation to temporal artifacts, think of it like a flipbook that only draws changes between pages. Efficient for storage, but small errors in one frame can ripple through the others. And this creates visible distortions. We call these visual distortions temporal artifacts. And these include anything from motion inconsistencies to blurring. For example, what can happen is if you are editing something that's 15 frames per second, it has a long form GOP or even a short form GOP. Once you make the cut, you might be able to see ghosting from the preceding predictive or bi-predictive frames. So why I know this was cut is because if we just slow down this clip, so let's look at this motion. It's a lot of movement going in, and particularly if we had a 15 frame per second security camera recording frame rate, we would expect to see if there was something, again, maybe there was some disruption in the file, we would expect to see some of these artifacts that we're looking at now, right? Because we're seeing these people that are walking and it's cutting on that kind of motion. So this isn't a natural in relation to what we can look at here. So if there was a problem with the file, we wouldn't get this smooth motion. So we see the car coming in. It's probably the fastest thing in this scene throughout the whole Sally Port is when the car pulls into the garage. We don't see any temporal distortion.
Nope.
Because we see this temporal distortion when we're cutting on something, which means that we're cutting on a frame or a predictive or a bidirectional frame. The editing program, because I do believe that this was edited in After Effects, I don't believe that they matched the native frame rate, because if it
Did
was a
that
15
couple
frame per
do it?
second clip, we wouldn't be adding P and B frames. But for some reason, this video is adding P and B frames, which is really, really key.
So do you think that company that we heard about earlier that was altering evidentiary videos had this video to do their work too? And are they the ones that did something to it? I don't know. This lady's right. We've all known it was a sketchy video to begin with.
To the reason why this video is edited. For example, some of these frame rate challenges can come into play when we are working with group of picture codecs. And in particular, for example, say can be applied to security cameras, but say you're filming something on your iPhone and your frame rate is 15 frames per second, and you put it in a 2997 timeline or even a higher frame rate timeline. What you're doing is you're doubling or tripling P and B frames. So we're making more P and B frames, so we only have a limited amount of I frames. And this is what causes a ghosting, almost like a comet trail. It's almost like doubling pages of a flip book by guessing and adding new ones between the originals. And I totally get it. Like, this isn't as exciting as microdots, but it's really important to understand why these temporal artifacts occur in compression, and also gives you a really good idea of the fact that this video is 100% edited. And you can literally tell that by the artifacts. So everybody's homework tonight is to go back to the Sally Port, go to microdots. They posted, I think, on Twitter, and look at any cut that you see, and you'll see that temporal artifact. And again, that's from putting it into an editing program that was probably not at the native frame rate, and that occurs when you add B and P frames. Next time we'll cover compression and how they were able to replace the proprietary codec in Equivision. So hopefully that explains everything. I mean, this was a very hard video to make. I know it's super boring, but it's kind of interesting if you actually look at the tech behind it. A little bit more interesting than How's Long to Die in the Cold. Because I'm not gonna lie, I did not understand that, and I just cashed out. So hopefully this video doesn't make you loud.
I feel you, girlfriend. We're done with that House Long to Die in Cold. Somebody over in Publicly Buzzed last night, I kept having a audio issue. Apparently he heard me just fine, but some of the chat didn't. And somebody typed into the chat, "House Long to fix Salty's audio." And I thought I was going to fall out of my chair when I saw that. Like, some of you guys' comments just save the day and really crack us up as creators. We love you guys. You guys have some of the best comments ever. Yeah, right. Well, there was a company, we were reading something this morning, and there was a company that apparently they used, to take their videos to for evidence or whatever, but they were done something shady. I don't know the whole story. I'm going to figure out more about that. So I don't know. Somebody, if it's edited, somebody did it, right? Someone did that work. Who was it? Was it a private company? Was it a lab you guys use all the time to process your videos? Where do you process your evidentiary videos at, right? Who instructed them to alter it? We need to know. But I thought that was interesting, guys, that people are just learning about Tully. Why was Tully removed? Was it after the feds did their investigation? Because it seems like the house is tumbling with this feds investigation, right? And if the prosecution can be like, shh, nothing happened to these bad cops, then we're all none the wiser. So why did Tully get removed? Was it due to the investigation? Yeah, Butterfly, did it ever straighten out? Me and Steve we were just kind of like, whatever. He's like, I can hear you fine, Salty. And I just kept talking. Everybody kept saying I sounded weird, but nothing was changed on the audio at all. It was the same exact setup. So we were both baffled by what was going on. If people couldn't hear me, that, it's God's way of intervening. Maybe y'all weren't supposed to hear me. I don't know. I learned a long time ago, I just let God do what he does. Right, Kenny Chesney? There's a song about that. There's a song about everything. I let God do what he does. I learned how to build a better boat. Could it be tied to Birchmore? It could be. I'll have to go see if Chase and Paper got any more documents. I can check in with my friend MB Inc. Hold on a minute. Let me go check his Twitter, because I have not checked in with my guy in a couple of days. He usually will send me stuff. He knows the kind of stuff I'm into and what I'm following. So he's usually really good about hitting me up on the DMs with something new. Where'd you go, buddy? Oh, because if I type in the right name, I might can get somewhere. There we go. Oh, he's got somebody from CBS News gave detailed notes on John's niece's testimony, guys. We got a few more minutes before they pull up. Let me go pull up his Twitter and we'll read it. As soon as we commented we couldn't hear you, it would fix, then go out again. Well, y'all just had me in and out all night, right? It's crazy. Okay, Matt. What you got here for us, buddy? He is so big into the Susan Morphew case, bless his heart. I help him get stuff out when I can. I usually post it to my YouTube feed if I get information from him. Okay, let me move me out of the way. All right, guys, this is a Christina Rex. Here are my detailed notes from John O'Keefe's niece's testimony this morning. Cameras, phones, laptops were not allowed inside the courtroom. So, where's your notes? The niece is a joke. Oh, count. She's a kid. Maybe I shouldn't read some of this. Yeah, disgusting. They put her on the stand. But as it did on the first trial, it was good for the defense. Oh, really? Where's this lady's notes at? Why does she just have everybody commenting? Hold on. Did I click it right? I don't think I did. Because usually the notes just pop up right there. Okay, now I'm not trying to reply to her. I want to see where her notes start. Okay. That's somebody else. All these randoms commenting on her. But is her shit... I'm not going to do it. If it's all lost in there, I'm not going to sit here and mess around trying to find it. I think we kind of saw an update earlier on what she had to say in court, and I don't think it was anything too concerning for me. You followed that one. Oh, yeah. Susan Morphew's case, Butterfly. Yeah, there's stuff that's been happening there a little here. They got I believe they have a thing coming up on the 25th for Susan Morphew, and I'll be putting that out as it gets closer. He has sent me stuff on that. Okay, so hang on, guys. Let me check one more thing here. I got to pull the feed back up in a few minutes because it's almost time. Let me get that pulled up just in case, because they always like to sneak back in on us. It's almost been 50 minutes, so. We'll have to do an update show on her case, Butterfly. Maybe I'll see if my buddy wants to come and hang out and talk to us for a bit about that case. It says back at 1:40. It's 12:49 my time, so they're like 9 minutes late. We want promptness. Y'all expect us to be prompt. Well, they don't expect nothing out of us. They would love it if we just go away. But we're not. Okay. We do have the OnlyFans action back in play, guys. And again, this little small group that comes out and hangs with us, I appreciate each and every one of you for coming in and being a part of the little conversation here and to watch this trial with us. Again, like I said in the beginning of the stream, and I said it the last couple of days, for those of you who are coming in every day to chat in the chat or just to watch, However you're doing it, I appreciate it. But tomorrow I will not be covering the Reed case. It will be into the playlist. I'll use Law and Crime Speed and put it in there. But I will be covering the Brian Koberger hearing tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central Time here on the channel. So 11 Eastern. And I think it's going to be a lengthy hearing. Thank you, Butterfly. I'll check that. Rachel, if you're still, you see my email, girl? I sent you an email last night. I got to figure out a way that's best for me and you and Butterfly to have communications. Okay, she started a new one. Okay, thank you, Butterfly. Excuse me. Well, let me go straight to her Twitter. There we go. Oh, wait, that ain't it. Go back. Here we go. Okay. So she is with Fox 10 out of Boston. But I'm still not seeing her comments on what her notes on it, though. Huh. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Oh, people are telling her to stop commenting in the comments, just to post the stuff. And then she's all like, well, I'm on my laptop versus my people are confused. I got to close that. She'll confuse me in a minute. Oh, okay. Thank you, Rachel. I'll check that. We'll figure out a way to make it happen if you don't. So, oh, there you are. Yeah, just set your account up, Rach, and make yourself a name and all that good stuff. When you get your name made, you send it to me, and then I'll set up a chat between me, you, and Butterfly. The three of us will be in there. Thank you, ma'am. And that way, if we have to take care of any mod business, I can get straight in there with you guys. That's the goal there. We don't have a bunch of trolls over here doing crazy, bizarre stuff, but still, there's times I need to communicate with you too. I mean, I have ways to communicate with you, obviously, but you know what I mean, together. Little team meeting. I appreciate you know what, guys, and Butterfly and Rachel, we were all through this. I was not streaming before this. I was guesting on other panels and things of that nature. But for me to come in and do it all myself, it was a completely learn it as I go thing, right? All I'm doing right now is self-taught learning, and you guys are doing a fantastic job of learning as you go. And that's what I wanted, a good little team that we could all just work together here. And I so appreciate you guys. All you guys watching, we appreciate you hanging out with us and coming in. Maybe they'll get underway again in a moment. I'm still want to know more about this hair on the back of that SUV. Whose it was, how it got there, who stuck it there. At this point, I'm like, who stuck it there? Did they pull it out that man's head and go stick it on there for, improvision? No blood or anything under the... So she didn't, back him, over with the underside of her car. I think they've well established that now. Just according to the state, just hits him. That's my jams right there. Someone just posted a thing on the Reddit about the impacts of social media on these high profile cases. I'm like, oh, that's the kind of stuff I'm into, because I do study that secretly. I gauge it. I've been doing that since Idaho 4 popped off. the immense attention that case garnered really, I was like, huh, what's going on here? I strive to be good at whatever I do. Just I don't strive for perfection. You know what I mean? Well, I'm setting myself up for failure like that. Okay, Rachel, thank you. We're not perfect. We're just people over here doing the dang thing. Oh, okay, Rach, thank you. I will take care of that this evening and I'll set us up. If I can remember how to find my friends on the Discord. Butterfly, I might need you. Got her screen name now. We're good to go. We can set it up later. Awesome. Awesome sauce. I'll probably just bring you two into my Discord. That way I can chat with you in a channel in there. I have a voice channel set up. That's where I do it's like my virtual office. So that's, yeah. I drop links in there constantly of stories and documents and anything I need to be covering. I just go drop it in my Discord, so I don't have it all cluttered up on my phone or the PC. I just go get what I need and it's there. So I'll figure out how I want to do it. Does someone not have a good lunch? We need extra time. Yeah, I think so, Butterfly. So I was thinking about it last night, and I was thinking, you know what? I might just drop. There's no reason why I can't. There's nobody in the damn Discord, right? So I think that's what I'm going to do that way, because you are so good about sending me links to stuff I'm following. So there's channels specific for stuff like that. So I'll give you a place to drop all that as well, and we can keep it organized. We have different channels for the different cases we follow, that I follow, that we cover here, I should say. Yeah, when I don't, because the Discord's not open, Butterfly. You were in there in the very beginning, and then I just shut it back down. I didn't have anybody in there for the longest time. Joe is in there, but we don't go and hang out in Discord and communicate. We just drop our channel lives in there. There are two other people in there with me, Dolphin and Firefly, which they were the original people in there with me. And they're in there. We go in there and talk about the Coburger stuff sometimes, but we don't hang out in the Discord, you know what I mean? But we do use it for virtual office purposes. So I'll add you guys later. All right, they're coming back in. Finally. I don't have her.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
That's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag?
Yes.
Accompanied by counsel for the defense?
Yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that information?
Sure. When you store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes.
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
Yes.
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
Yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the tail light housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the tail light housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I used to host a ton of Twitter spaces before I came to YouTube.
One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you?
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
It was.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
We all babble, honey. Y'all know I can.
The whole bag?
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on. I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I'll just get in here.
After it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are 2 small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Okay. Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. Oh, I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1, assorted small pieces.
Thank you. And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag.
Who put all them pieces in that bag if she didn't, right? Who did all that?
And these two items were also located in the bag.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Those were small enough to be all packaged up separately. Oh, but they was giant. Packaged up separately.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that. When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
After you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area, and there's no forensic relevance really to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole, and in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56,
Did.
please?
She didn't swab the edges. She doesn't recall where the broken glasses were.
Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contain frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a large aluminum envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
She did a better job than the crime scene dudes did.
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
The detectives did on their damn evidence collection at the scene.
I'm going to show you a series of 4.
Oh, I know. We don't like them cups, Rachel.
You
Won't even take a clock to figure that out.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly.
I have no idea, Rach. I don't think we've gotten there yet. Or I haven't heard it yet.
No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Now, I don't think she had a choice about testing that stuff once the cops gave it to her. Again, it's on the cops, right?
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Your contaminated solo cups. Show us them contaminated. Nope, we got the shirt.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Did you swab the
Do you see the
sleeve?
cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit of difference. There's markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that to keep an accounting of each?
Hey, true.
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to form of P196.
Yeah, we watched
which
that.
is,
We watched him talk to us that night a while
147C.
ago. Taillight, whatever.
What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the, yes, the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
Butterfly.
And finally, if we could have P197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I wait? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, could you take a look?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, move these 2 photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Exhibits 148A and B.
Could be easy to crack when you bump into the cars.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17. Is the back of the orange T-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that T-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange T-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
She hit it hard enough to make that
This
car
I
roll forward a
screened
little
for
bit.
blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
See the
When you
tires
screened it
move.
for blood, was it positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With
Yes.
the court's permission? Thank you.
Can we turn the lights up, please?
Check the notes.
Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Could we now turn to the top right and zoom in, if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that T-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, they do.
And move these 2 into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I would show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we could next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank God I'm muted. Sometimes I'll be busting out laughing. Y'all don't know what I'm laughing about. Not laughing at this.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the T-shirt, and the pants?
Me too, Rach.
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
Sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt?
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay?
I don't have any data or information to that.
Have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, true, but you know, we see all of it too, all day, right here, live on the TV screen. I'm listening to all the evidence, or lack thereof, maybe.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant
Mr. Graham.
You have to drive that elbow into that torso pretty damn hard, Truth, to cause internal
to a
injuries.
stipulation with the Commonwealth,
About that a minute.
we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Right.
have
A
marked
lot of
next
force
in
to
order,
cause that.
and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Getting beat by a man can also cause internal bleeding, just saying. Truth, you and them don't need to see all the evidence first, right? You just need a little bit, and you can determine. I'm picking a little bit. Don't get mad now. I'm kind of being like serious though. Are you just need a little bit of evidence, or do you need all of it, right? You haven't seen any problems in this case yet, like literally none. Can you admit that there are? I'm not saying you're wrong on your theory, but can you see there's problems in this case? That's all I'm asking.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
And Your Honor, there is one more exhibit that we had pursuant to stipulation offering that evidence for purposes. Next in order.
Exhibit 154.
And Your Honor, if I could just show Mr. Wolf this to make this more efficient
Okay.
for the last one. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, we know, hun. It's all good.
Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need them for
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Leslie, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you.
You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus, to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022 when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated,
Yes.
tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With Your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the deceased before, correct?
Into consideration.
I've seen this photo before, yes.
We have that problem with
You
salt water
cannot
around
state
here too.
whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on a person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes. Sustained.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, it include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of
Truth. Stop cussing. Calm down, girl.
Vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath, and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware of that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
Yes. The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But Although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I would call it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stained material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
I just heard it, y'all. Somebody did call him an asshole. Thanks, guys.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist, too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, and these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from a single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verio.
Lori Vallow getting her ass handed to her. Sorry.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
Why is that?
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they were blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore,
test
we
was
don't
positive,
know any
that was
person
negative.
or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple
First
contributors
problem I found with her.
to those stains.
Objection.
Oh,
Sustained.
Lord, don't get me going on the CSI stuff, lady. I'm going to come hard at you, but I will. You just assume they were
you
his blood?
testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sally Port location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them over. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, that's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed, as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a first-hand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your Honor's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes, correct.
And just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red, and then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed, and that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there is what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. I just can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the taillight. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area?
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, You are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct, I did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside, where you did swab, as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sallyport for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, is that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on a material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay. So, last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight?
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium for what I just did? Okay.
So stand without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So, do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence, and I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all of the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes, and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With Your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133.
Okay.
If I could have a moment with Mr. Woke just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With Your Honor's permission, if Mr. Woke, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So, 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With Your Honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture.
Okay.
And you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question. So.
Sure.
You get a smart ass. Okay, I'm here for it. He's salty.
And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
Wow.
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only 1 sticker that you put on, and therefore only 1 volume of glass associated with 1 sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
Yes, yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, you know, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that are present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Sistine.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sistine.
So you believe it's a possibility?
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Yes. Sistine.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So, with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct?
Yes. Sistine.
Let's go to these, we can go back to the, none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you made it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st any precipitation on the rear window of the liftgate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off.
And where was it falling onto?
The ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
Uh-oh.
I didn't take note of that.
Butterfly.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So, that occurs on January 29th. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit, around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sallyport garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022 that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes. Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier, you talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Would it have, let's assume it was on January 29th, okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I know general weather conditions. Sorry.
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date, and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay, if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Wolk, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. You talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist, too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper? Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist, too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist, too?
Sustained.
Why was that sustained? Look at her face.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy?
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, But it was on a vertical portion of the panel? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that
Anybody's hair.
quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
And didn't blow off in transport.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time period.
So within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair, and within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours?
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, Your Honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett.
This is what badass defense to y'all.
Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use
No wonder y'all
that
like
and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair and an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C-shaped.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle, so I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, it's not a trick here, but
Yeah.
I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what
Sure.
you're talking about, and we won't give it a name.
Okay.
Right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And
yes.
that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line? It's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's
Okay,
correct.
very good. And that's the apparent hair?
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair?
I'm a fan of Mr. Wolf's. I think they could be friends.
Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
If that would be helpful to you answer your questions, happy to do it.
Potentially, yes, thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we could zoom in if possible for each one so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of the zoom?
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall first that you would like, and then we can. Okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right. So one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. One is the one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes. Yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
They're same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just. My questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented. I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph? Yes.
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that, so that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a couple of minutes, please.
Yeah, we did. Why can't you sidebar with your witnesses, ma'am, and tell them to quit sidestepping questions that are not that hard to pick up? We understood different camera angles. That's not what. It's still the same piece of hair, lady, in the same area with the same sticker. You get up and walk closer to the screen. I don't know what her problem is. She done lost me. Now I'm aggravated with her. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, but now she's losing me. Yeah, Rachel, you're good. You guys know that. If you need to ask questions and we help each other out, heck yeah. I used to use the local honey, but I get it. He can't use it. But everybody around here well, not everybody. It's like the boys. My daughter doesn't have any issues, but the boys have to take Claritin. Hopefully you can find something out there that can get some relief. Natural stuff. It's been bad lately, for sure. What is this? So y'all think that little piece of glass just hung out on that bumper? It wasn't even in the little crevice of the bumper. It's just laying there chilling. That and a hair that wasn't stuck to the vehicle. Both just chilled out. Yeah, Butterfly, I saw that. I'm probably gonna, I don't know if Joe's planning to show the hearing live or just go over his notes. I want to see it, so I hear there was some good back and forth at Lori's hearing today. We'll see. So I'm gonna watch it. And then I'm gonna put her down and say, go on, lady. I'm just gonna hear to laugh at you. Yeah. I agree, Rachel. I think that's what's happening over there too. Just be real clear. Some of these people, you got to be real simple, like they're third graders. Apparently, they're super smart at first and got all the answers, and all of a sudden they turn into 3-year-olds who don't know anything, confused by the orientation of a picture. Why we're not, right? Let's rock and roll, lady. Today here soon, we know it.
Mr. Wolf, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it back up on the screen.
Thank you.
Yeah, she did. She asked him to recuse himself. What he said back to her was funny.
Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please.
We're done for the
I'm
day.
told with counsel this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow. Ms. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the meeting.
Yes, please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
All right.
Yes, can I see Counselor Tybau while the jury's filing out, please?
Sure you can, lady. Let me see what Joe just said to me, guys. Okay, so I think Joe's going to do a hearing rewatch, and I'll be joining him. Let me answer him, because we spoke briefly this morning. We were going to get up with each other this afternoon. So Joe was in court today and heard all the sparks that were flying. So apparently Lori got spicy, as we figured she would. And so I'm letting him know that, yes, I will join him. So we'll do that on his channel in a little while, because Joe is taking the lead on Lori Vallow. I did cover the trial, but I've been letting Joe, just because I'm swamped with other stuff. So if he wants to have it and go for it, I let him do it. And we'll go join him over there. Most of you have Joe's link. We'll get it into the chat for those of you who don't. Joe Schmo, you guys are used to coming around or familiar with Joe and his boots on the ground efforts over there in Lori's case. So Rachel, you guys, I don't know when he's going to do that yet. He didn't say. But I will let you guys know as soon as I know. And like I said, guys, I know that we're heavily invested in this trial, but I'm also heavily invested in Coburger, so I'm going to cover that tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. And if it doesn't last terribly long, I might come on just to watch tomorrow's testimony later in the day, or I'll stick it in the playlist. It depends on how long it goes tomorrow. So if I don't see you guys tomorrow for the coverage, I'll see you back the day after. If you want to take a break from this and come watch this, however you guys want to do it's totally cool with me. I don't like interrupting the flow, but I need to get on both ends. So there's Joe's channel link there, guys. As soon as he figures out what time we're going to do this, I'll let you guys know. Over on my community tab, I'll post it over there. Oh, Lori. Okay, you can't blame a girl for trying, right? This is what the judge says back to her. He is so patient with Lori. And he's just like, answers her, whatever. But y'all will see. I don't want to give too much away. Just some blurbs I saw on the Twitter earlier. When I got bored with the boring testimony. Okay, he's asking me what time works for me. Let me see. I'm pretty much kind of open, I think. I'm open, but give me a few minutes, man. I'm just coming off alive. I'm getting ready to take that fan down. Let's see. Oh, you're good. You guys post at the same time. That's fine. It's all good. All right. So, guys, we'll meet back here in the morning around 10 a.m., probably about 9:30-ish, actually, to give us a few minutes to get in and get settled, to bring the feed up and everything for court. Thanks for being patient while I figure juggling this all out, scheduling this all out. I appreciate y'all being here for all that. So there's Joe's channel link. You guys go over there and check him out. When we get the time situated, we'll both put it out there and let you guys know what we're doing, and we can go watch the Lori Vallow hearing and see what happened over there. I think Joe said that they're calling for her trial to start 2nd of June and to wrap up by mid-June, like 2 weeks worth of trial, if anything. So I don't think her trial is going to go long. Thank you guys for putting up with stuff in the chat. I don't like nobody to come in and try to make you guys feel like you're not paying attention, that you're not bright, you're not smart, and you can't think for yourselves. That's what I draw the line. You come mess with me all you want, but not my community, and I don't feel like that's a good environment. So thanks for putting up with the stuff. We got rid of the stuff. I know, Rachel. Yeah, I know, hun. I know. And I know why. So I appreciate that. Yeah, so we're going to go for today, but we'll be back in the morning for the Koberger hearing. We'll still get in the playlist for, tomorrow's Karen Reed stuff. We'll join Joe later to watch the hearing and get his take on things. If I see anything interesting come up tonight. Now, we do have a link that I got to go source it and check it and all the things, but it appears to be a link from a news agency who's putting out really good notes on the trial, and they've got apparently some really good notes on the niece's testimony. I'm going to review that in a little while, and I'll post it out to the channel as well, so you guys can go see it. And you can take a look at the link yourself and see the information that I'm going to be looking at. Oh, you're welcome, Vixie. Thank you for coming in and joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. We're a small group. There's a lot of people out there watching this on huge platforms, so I appreciate the little tiny group coming over here to see it. I love having you guys come in to chat and share your thoughts with us. All right, yep. With all that said, we'll see you over at Joe's later. I'll see you guys back here in the morning for the Koberger hearing, and then we'll continue our Karen Reed stuff after that. You guys are awesome, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.